Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my very great pleasure to welcome you to the 18th Vienna Congress. We, Eveline Beer, and I are pleased to host you in these upcoming 2 days. You are going to have a brilliant Congress, and you really will take a lot home with you today and tomorrow. The Vienna Congress is a think tank where the most pressing issues of the world are being discussed. As you know, we are living in a very uncertain and unpredictable world. The corona pandemic changed our life worldwide from one day to another. And already we have a vaccination against corona, but not against the climate change. It's our responsibility to take concrete actions to fight the impact of climate crisis. That's why in the upcoming 2 days, international, European and Austrian decision makers from politics, science and business discuss about scenarios with and after Corona. Now, Eveline, it's on you.
As a result, at the end of the Congress, the Vienna Declaration will be published. It's our 18th Vienna Congress, but the first hybrid Congress. Hence, most of our speakers and all of our audience will join us virtually. Of course, all the people on site are corona tested and we comply with the strict security measures. Now I have one request for today's speakers. I would like to ask you to be mindful of timing during your speech because we have a lot on our agenda today. Last but not least, we would like to say a big thank you to all our sponsors who you can see at the bottom of your screen. So now we will begin with 4 short opening statements. Let's start with Dan Shechtman, Nobel laureate in chemistry and vice chair of the advisory board of the Vienna Congress.
Vienna Congress, I would like to welcome you to this year's event. That they exist is a small or perhaps even a large miracle, and I, together with many others, would like to thank David Unger-Klein for his tireless commitment. He makes things possible what others don't even dare to think about. Despite the global pandemic and the massive restrictions, 40 international speakers from 12 countries will discuss the prospects after and with Corona today and tomorrow under the title Back to the Future. And that with reference to the currently most important topics at the moment. Health, of course, but also the economy, climate and innovation, as well as democracy and regional development. It is important that in time like this, there are forums where qualified future dialogue can take place, where perspectives for the near and far future can be presented and exchanged across different political opinions, disciplines, countries, and continents. In this sense, I am very happy about our virtual meeting today and the many contributions to this top-class conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shechtman. Please welcome on stage Thomas Seckeres, President of the Austrian Medical Association and the Medical Association of Vienna.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and honor to welcome you today to the 18th Vienna Congress. As we got together a year ago at the last Congress, the world was completely different. Much has changed since then. We are experiencing a pandemic similar to the Spanish flu of our grandparents and great-grandparents. For a year, Corona has ruled our lives at every level, from politics to business, science and research. The health sector and our private lives, everything revolves around Corona, and unfortunately, there is no end in sight. Even in some light can be seen at the end of the tunnel due to the global vaccinations that we are starting now, and still I fear that the virus will keep us engaged for the upcoming month. Corona, with all its aspects, is therefore logically the focus of our two-day Congress. Under the motto "Back to the Future," we will be discussing with international experts and Nobel Prize laureates who have been traveling in such large numbers exclusively to the Congress of Vienna for years, with perspectives and options of action on the key topics of economy, innovation, health, and democracy on the subject of Corona. The focus of the discussions and lectures will be vaccination therapies and their perspectives. What have we learned from the pandemic so far? What conclusions can be drawn from this for the future? Do we have to reorganize our health system with possibly more pandemics in mind? What role do the medical profession and health infrastructures play in social stability? Are research and the pharmaceutical industry sufficiently fit for pandemics? We want to address and discuss all these questions today and tomorrow, and we hope to find one or the other answer. I look forward to exciting discussions and with you all 2 enriching days, and above all, one thing: stay healthy, get vaccinated against Corona. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. SZENARIOS. Now I'd like to introduce Alfred Hahl, Chairman of the Austrian Professional Association of Management, Consultancy, Accounting and IT.
Good morning, presidents, cabinet members, Nobel Prize laureates, ladies and gentlemen, and my UBIT members. And a special good morning to David. I saw in your eyes you had a lot of work last night. I'm honored to share my perspective with you also this year on this very extraordinary Vienna Congress consult. David Unger-Klein, who organizes this event also in the pandemic year. And you succeed once again, David, because you brought brilliant leaders and independent thinker again to the Vienna Congress. The world changes every day and every day faster, and even so last year. Brexit and Donald are behind us. Now we have to adapt to the time after Corona. Preservation of the environment, economic crisis, the influence of China and the United States, and still the subject of the refugees never came up during Corona. We cannot stand still to watch the world turn. We have to create strategies. That said, we have to adapt to the current situations and the issues the new decade presents to us. We have many options, but there is no option without digitalization. Let me share some facts with you again. All over Europe, about 1 million additional IT experts are needed today. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 million, that's almost the population of Cologne or Brussels. Since we're in Vienna today, please allow me to share with you what it looks like in Austria when it comes to employment. Austria lacks over 20,000 IT experts, again the number of last year. And this is not all. The job forecast shows there is an additional rise of IT experts over the next years. This is why I urge our government to provide the necessary tools to the universities. In the Digital Economy and Society Index, Austria ranks now again out of 28 countries in 13th place, but there is no movement forward. In the Global Competitiveness Report, Austria is now ranked on the 21st place. According to Bitkom, German's digital association, the German market for IT, telecommunications and consumer electronics is expected to grow by 2.7% in 2021. Companies in Germany are expected to create 20,000 additional jobs by the end of the year. Currently, 1.2 million people are employed in the industry. The corona crisis has accelerated digitalization in many areas. Business, government, consumer are investing in digital technologies, and investments that were postponed are now being made up for, said Bitkom President Achim Berg. ICT industry has come through the crisis well so far. For 2021, the signs are pointing towards growth again. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Over the past year, EU countries improved their digital performance. Finland, Denmark, Sweden and the Netherlands scored the highest ratings in DESI 2020 and are among the global leaders in digitalization. If the EU wants to compete on the global stage, ladies and gentlemen, there is no time to be lost. We need to act right away. Let me explain the new normal for companies. Important will be for companies to take the first step towards enabling the company of tomorrow, to take a fresh look at what they really are, to shape themselves in a new, more flexible and dynamic way in which capabilities are decoupled from corporate business functions. The external ecosystem should be used to the maximum. We consultants should provide a view on how to lead the change. Let me highlight 5 issues. Issue number 1, strategy consulting is just crucial. This crisis is a burden on companies, but it is a chance to reinvent old processes. A crisis can be a time to sustainable change in which old structures are overhauled or new ones are reinvented. It can be difficult for a business person to escape their own constricted view on things. With structured advice and objective foresight, companies can reposition themselves, and this is really necessary. Time plays an important role here. Issue number 2, financial and liquidity planning is essential for overcoming crisis. The Austrian government provides funding and financial aid to single-member companies and small and medium-sized enterprises, bringing them much-needed support. The next step must be a future-oriented strategy with liquidity plans that bridge financial gaps at its core. There is where our consultants' expert knowledge comes into play. Together with companies, they outline financial and liquidity plans in order to ensure the survival of Austria's companies. Issue number 3, nevertheless, it's becoming increasingly clear that one effect of the crisis has been acceleration of trends. These trends were already there, such as virtualization of the workplace, further penetration of digital technologies, for example, AI and IoT, and asset-light business models. They make business more responsive and resilient to rapid shocks. Issue number 4, our next step on the future of companies are R&D labs. If companies are increasingly shifting from making products to providing solutions, and many are, what does this mean for R&D function? The answer may surprise you, and by the way, it's not just about digitalization. Providing solutions rather than just products is important. Driven by key trends around customer expectations and digital technology, many companies are finding they can multiply business value by turning their customers into long-term subscribers. However, it's easier said than done. Consultants are in demand. Issue number 5, and finally our remaining subject, is addressed two of the most written about, some may say overhyped, technologies in today's world, the IoT and blockchain. With the advent of 5G, the IoT is on the grasp of finally delivering the transformational change it always promised. And now is the time for companies to shape up their strategies, particularly when it comes to their own networks. Go through the hype and look of what is needed for blockchain and deliver its huge potential. The new normal for companies is pertinent, and in fact, in some ways, it will be even more so as businesses focus on recovery and regrowth over the coming month and year. As we look ahead, the capacity to adapt, innovate, and reinvent, as well as have a strong balance sheet, will be critical. Anyway, the expertise of management consultants is more important than ever. I hope you enjoy my insight, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you every success in moving forward from the crisis and shaping up for tomorrow. Dear David, congratulations. Once again, you succeed as well as every year. All the best for the future, and many thanks. We need more leaders like you in Austria, then we become a front runner in digitalization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfred Hall. Now it's my very great pleasure to welcome the founder and, let's say, godfather of the Vienna Congress, Mr. David Ungerklein. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the first time we make a hybrid conference. Normally we have about many guests from all over. We have many speakers, we have discussions, we have 5 days. We go to the medical doctor ball, dance all night, and yesterday there was nobody. The hotels are closed, we are locked down in Austria, and we have questions. We have many questions, and I also raised the question to myself, should we postpone this conference? Should we just not do it for this year? And I came to the answer, no, we are doing it, because I want to give you hope and I want to give you answers. The governments all over the world are doing the utmost to help and to support that this pandemic situation will be resolved. But there is one thing where we don't have enough answers, which is the evidence. We need evidence. We need the scientific evidence. We need answers from scientists. We need answers from experts to make us understand why we cannot get and bring our children into school. We need answers why we cannot meet our grandparents. And we need answers to when does it stop and when does it end. This is exactly the reason why I thought, together with my team, with my advisory board, with President Klaus, who is the chairperson, with Dan Schechtmann, who is our vice chair, with board members from Oxford and London School of Economics, we come to the conclusion we want to give you answers, we want to give you evidence, and that's why we made this conference. And the general theme we have chosen this year is Back to the Future. Don't put in the year 2020, but we want to give answers how to cope with the situation with and after Corona. It is about the future that remains fragile. It's a future which remains demanding, despite the normality that will come this year with widespread vaccination and effective therapies. And we have to talk about therapies, not only about vaccination. The decisive factor, however, is that the future needs more shape. We see this in the field of climate, where politics, business, and science are challenged with one another and not against each other. We see this in the development of modern, high-performing regions that are the nucleus of a competitive Europe. But we also see this in democracy, in the rule of law, which must be secured and further developed. A positive future cannot be taken for granted in any time. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, we have an additional focus on health, with high-carat international speakers, Nobel laureates, people who are working on the vaccination, experts who are working on therapies, and I can only give you the advice to watch and to get answers. I look forward to your participation. In any event, this is actually impossible in times like this, but it is really, really necessary. I want to thank all partners, supporters. Thank you to everybody who wants to go back to the future together. Thanks to my team who made it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ungar-Klein. Our first topic focuses on the economic challenges of the pandemic. First of all, we will hear 4 introductory notes to put us in a mood for the following panel discussion on the future of the economy after the corona crisis. So I would very much like to introduce our next speaker. Please welcome Ian Beck, Professorial Research Fellow and Co-Director of the Durrandorf Forum at the European Institute, London School of Economics and Political Science.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I'm pleased to say, looking out my window, it's a bright sunny day for once. So this is maybe a sign that better things are going to come. We talked a lot about the health crisis, but we also have to recognize that it can be an economic crisis. So if you'll allow me, I'm going to share a screen which takes me through some of the discussion that we're having this morning. The title we were given was Virus, World and Economy. Now, I've obviously had to try to interpret that. And my first thing is to show you a somewhat complicated chart. In this chart, what I try to portray is the 3 different channels through which the economic impact of COVID-19 can be expected to unravel. On the left, left of the chart, you can see the macroeconomics. In nearly every country, there's been a significant fall in GDP. Even in China, the initial effect was to cut GDP, although it's since recovered, having dealt with the health crisis very sharply. But the consequence of this is going to be that public debt in many countries will rise, and that in turn is expected to lead to increased financial instability, risks to the banking system, for instance. In the middle of the chart, you see I portrayed sectoral effects and local effects. We do know that the COVID-19 economic crisis is having a very uneven effect on some industries. You just need to think of tourism or transport, the hospitality industries. And the consequence of this is likely to be that in some areas, there will be failures, business failures. But the ability of areas to bounce back when the crisis ends will differ significantly. And this is because we don't yet know, for example, whether travel and tourism will recover to their previous levels, or whether people will now be so suspicious of traveling that they change their minds. This could be a change in the context for sectors like tourism. And then we have to be aware of the job impact, which in turn affects household incomes. We could see some loss of the ability to work, because as you're detached from the labor force, even if you have forms of Kurzarbeit or other short-term expedients to deal with being unemployed, you lose the pattern of working. And the risk here, the long-term legacy, is shown at the bottom of this, that we see significant, what's called macroprudential tensions, the combination of debt and of financial instability on one side, and on the other, that there is a scarring effect on the economy. People are scarred, companies are scarred, sectors are scarred in a way which will take some time to recover from. So in the light of this, let's consider what the EU has been doing to try to respond to it. We're all familiar with the European Central Bank's extensive activities. It's provided all kinds of resources through what's called the Pandemic Emergency Purchase Programme. This is, in a different language, is a form of quantitative easing where it makes money available to at zero cost, effectively, to borrowers. The EU, in the first instance, took a range of measures. It developed loan instruments, lending money at very cheap rates to countries that were facing difficulties. But that created the problem that countries which are already significantly in debt, particularly Italy or Greece, had the problem that they were going to have further debt added to what they were already witnessing. And then, with some difficulty at the last minute, the next generation EU package was agreed. That's the huge recovery package, 750 billion euros. Very substantial, but two consequences of it have to be considered. The first is that it may have just too many objectives, trying to do too much with, despite being a big amount of money, too little overall. And what it does do is to introduce the notion of direct borrowing by the EU level, something that's not really happened before for this kind of purpose. And that may change the game when the euro is run. Now, you may be wondering who this is. It's not a picture of Mozart, if he might have grown older. This is, in fact, Alexander Hamilton, these days known for being a play on Broadway, but he was the first Secretary of the US Treasury. And in 1790, he wrote a famous report which paved the way for the US Treasury bond, consolidating the debts of the states into the federal debt at EU level. And many are questioning whether next generation EU is a Hamiltonian moment, in the sense that it means we shift away from national borrowing to supranational, to EU level borrowing. Well, my answer is no. But to adopt a different historical metaphor, a Rubicon has been crossed in the sense that most people now expect that borrowing by the EU level will become normal, even though the agreement reached, after all the pressure put on by countries like Austria, Sweden, and the Netherlands, was that it should be temporary. Next generation EU will also have to deal with recovery and reconcile the different priorities. It has a problem with timing. It will take some time to roll out the proposals put forward by Ursula von der Leyen's team. It would take a little bit more to turn it into an immediate fiscal stimulus, because much of the spending will be longer term. It's aimed at things like the Green Deal and digital enhancement. And as we heard at the last minute, there was a great debate on conditionality, with particularly Hungary and Poland resisting very strongly the idea that what they receive should be conditional on conforming to what's called rule of law objectives. So that suggests although it's a great package, it's facing a number of criticisms. What it will do is to give very large cross-border transfers. Those Germans who in the past said, it's over our dead bodies and we'll have a transfer union, are now finding they are creating a transfer union. It benefits Southern Europe much more than the rest, and it means that we're going to have tensions around who has to repay it, because the repayment schedule for the next generation EU is after 2028 and no later than 2058. That's a very, very long-term repayment schedule. We know that the EU, elaborating on just what the individual programs do, has these objectives over the coming years. It's a new narrative. And it's perhaps ironic for me as a Brit to observe that this is largely shared by the UK. Indeed, the UK is going faster, not slower, on some of these things than the EU is. It's about greening the economy. It's about digitalization, as was mentioned in one of the introductory speeches. This is about new infrastructure and new services. All of this is going to be embedded in the EU's Recovery and Resilience Fund, part of Next Generation EU. But it does create problems, because you cannot build infrastructure tomorrow. It takes a long planning time and a long implementation time. So if you want an immediate fiscal stimulus, this is not it. Also, the EU has a different new narrative, which is to somehow to counter what's left of Make America Great Again, despite the departure of Trump, and Made in China 2025, which seems to be an articulation by the Chinese of an alternative way of trying to impose their way on the rest of the world. So there's, in addition, a big question around digital, of trust in the digital economy creators. And this is the concern about data. One of my colleagues once said that the Chinese believe the state should own the data, the Americans believe the companies should own the data, and Europeans believe we, the users, should own the data. And this tension pervades what goes on in the international context. Some potential sources of disruption. The EU started using a strange new expression, open strategic autonomy. Think about it. It's probably a contradiction in terms, because you can be strategically autonomous by closing your borders. There's no more strategically autonomous country than North Korea. But being open seems to be the opposite of that. And in Europe, it's motivated, I would argue, by three different concerns. The first is that what we witnessed during the early stages of the pandemic was a concern that Chinese manufacturing was being shut down, and that was affecting the supply of materials into European companies, which had become overly reliant on Chinese exports. Then, during the health emergency, we learned that things like personal protective equipment, the raw materials for many of the drugs that were being required, these were produced by countries which we had no control over. And if you listen to some of President Macron's recent interventions, you hear, in addition, a concern that Europe is lagging behind in key technologies. We lose them when foreigners come in to buy them, and we need to resist it. So all these things come into open strategic autonomy. And yet, at the same time, we're being told by Europe's leaders it's not protectionism. Another potential source of disruption, which we witnessed already over this weekend with the so-called vaccine war, is the logistics of Brexit, border problems. We also have structural divergence. Marco Butti, one of the senior officials in the European Commission, made the telling comment recently when he saw the last forecasts that by 2022, Germany would have had 12% growth since the euro crisis, 2010, Italy at 9% decline. Now, we cannot sustain a coherent Europe if you have that degree of difference between how individual countries are performing. And in all of this, something is in the background, populism. We can probably agree that populism is a threat, even though the populists are doing very well. And the concern is that if the economics is not right, the populists will flourish. So 1 or 2 points for discussion. First, I reiterate, the UK and the EU have much in common around the environment, around digitalization. And then there's a question mark of whether they have the will, the political will to advance them. Trade, yes, we've done that deal. It was done just before Christmas. But we also need to think about the other ways in which the EU and the UK can cooperate. Reviving the World Trade Organization, which has been damaged by the Americans, particularly by Trump. COP26 in Glasgow later this year is supposed to be a huge opportunity for Europe to lead on global matters and climate. We need to recognize that there are new technologies Europe needs to work on and work out how to balance cooperation and competition. The whole ethos of European policy has been to promote competition, but you need to cooperate on things like vaccine development or other life science arrangements. We need to do something about these renewed divergences I mentioned, because the aftermath of the COVID pandemic crisis is going to be new classes of winners and losers. They're not always that predictable who they'll be at present. We need to recognize and deal with them. And my last comment on what's happening in Europe is that we see an absence of true leadership at European level. It's an absence which has been damaging the European project and which is something in economic terms we're going to need much more of during the coming years. So I finish with a quote from Ralph Dahrendorf, and you will note that this was written more than 25 years ago. He says, the task for the first world in the next decade is to square the circle between growth, social cohesion, and political freedom. I would argue that quandary is still very much unresolved and needs attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peck. Now please welcome Tibor Sani, former member of the European Parliament.
Thank you very much, and let me express first of all my most serious gratitude to David Ungar-Klein and his crew upon organizing this very 18th Consult Vienna Congress meeting, which we've been missing for quite a while. You know, last time when we were talking about the future, it was 1 year ago, and a couple of weeks before the first lockdowns. And at that time, last January, I think that the future, what we have drawn up, what we were thinking of, was absolutely different than it is prevailing now. Consequently, I'm a bit uncertain whether the forecasts of what we are just trying to design today are going to be or not valid for the immediate future. But still, we try it, and this is why I'm very grateful for David and everybody present here that we do this effort indeed. Now, let me concentrate on mostly on European and rural issues, because I think that this is something Europe is dealt with quite frequently, but the rural consequences of this pandemic is not something like a common thing, what we normally talk about in our days. First of all, about Europe. I think Europe, unfortunately, has lost certain momentum in this. It has its organic reasons, but it has its political aspects as well. The organic one is now this pandemic shows us how weak the scientific and technological potential of Europe is prevailing. When we just look on the list of the potential or existing vaccines, it is quite clear that Europe's contribution is more partial than dominant. And that really shows us also that certain jewelries of the European economy, like giant big European pharmaceutical companies, I don't want to list them, are about missing of the list, and even some of them are just offering certain contribution to the existing frontrunners. But the other aspect of the European scene is the relative lack of unity. I think that Jan Bag also referred to the missing elements of the common decisions last year, which was highlighted by the reluctancy of Poland and Hungary. And as you know, perhaps I am speaking now from Budapest and from Hungary, from this country, which was one of the troublemakers of the creation of the common policies, in particular common budgetary and economic policies. And that was the worst message what Europe could send to the rest of the world, namely, in times of real troubles, in times of real harsh problems, there is the constant lack of common and joint will of overcoming the difficulties, at least here in Europe. I think that this is something what Europe needs to care, and we need to form a quite a different answer. Namely, we may decide here in Europe on certain issues what we offer to the rest of the world, and perhaps at least as my proposal is, to try to find out global solidarity mechanisms in order to find a joint solution to this global problem. Let me talk about a bit on the rural consequences. We must not forget that something like 40% of Europe's population is still living and working in rural areas, or in areas which are highly and strongly binded to the rural environment. As Europe has already been a kind of frontrunner in terms of finding new ways of digitization, what is for the best service of the rural areas, namely, as we have designed it so far, smart villages. This concept was quite a positive issue in organizing our life during the pandemic. I think that the steps, what we have done in general in Europe in terms of introducing the novel digital technologies to the rural communities was a kind of little success story because, as you could see, the rural areas were not really in lack of minimum and adequate services. What the digital industries are offering. I think that this can be something what is a kind of message to the developing world, namely to Africa and certain countries of Asia or South America, because they still struggle with the problematics of the rural economies over their countries. I think that the next generation program of the European Union has to be enhanced a bit because currently this focuses only exclusively on the member states of the European Union, but we need to find some economic and financial ways to formulate cooperation schemes to the rest of the world apart Europe, and perhaps this is going to be one of the areas where Europe may come out with some positive answers for the challenges ahead in this whole global world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tibor Sani, or as I should say, Mr. Smart Village, Wislat to Hungary. Next up on stage is Bernhard Felderer, former president of the Austrian Fiscal Advisory Council. Welcome on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to put off this thing here. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we have heard very interesting presentations, a very comprehensive one by Jan Beck. I congratulate him for this broad view, but I, as a poor economist, I can only talk about certain subjects which relate to economics, so that I would say in 7 minutes I can touch maybe 3 points. One would be inflation. What will be the consequence of this pandemic crisis in terms of monetary expectations which we will have? Will there be more inflation, or will it stay like it is at the moment? This is first. Another object would be, can we expect growth again when the pandemic stops? And the third question would be, what about the labor market? Will the labor market follow the growth expectations? Now let me start with inflation. If you think that 10 years ago we had the financial crisis, we call it financial crisis, it was not only a financial crisis, 2008, 2009, the central banks decided all over the world, also the Fed, also the Japanese bank, also the European Central Bank, decided to flood the economy with liquidity. Do everything which allows the bank to have enough liquidity. This was the strategy with which the central bank wanted to help the banks to avoid bankruptcy, because a lot of banks were at the stage where you could expect that they would go bankrupt. And so what they did is, first they allowed the refinancing of commercial banks with the central bank in a much easier way. For instance, as collateral could not only be used government bonds, but also corporate bonds, etc. So this was the first point. The second point was they bought bonds, and at the beginning only government bonds, later also corporate bonds. They bought bonds from the market, so that they also increased in this way the quantity of money. The third point was that they kept the interest rate at the lowest possible point, which was practically zero. In this way, they really saved a lot of banks, small and bigger ones. And in 2017, the central bank in Europe had the impression that the problem is over. But only a year later, they started again to buy bonds, because there were problems with several banks in Germany, in Italy, in Spain. Not all of them. The results were very heterogeneous. Some banks were very successful, but some of them were really in trouble. So that again, by increasing liquidity, by allowing a better refinancing, etc., the central bank helped the bank sector. And the other reason was why they continued to buy very large amounts in the years 18, 19, till the present day, from the market in bonds, government bonds, corporate bonds, is that they wanted to help the governments to alleviate the burden of the public debt. You must see that the public debt increased very sharply during the first crisis, and during these last 10 years, they could reduce the debt ratio, which is debt over GDP. Why could they reduce it? Because there was some growth, not too much, but also there was growth, and on the other side, the interest rates fell down at a zero level, so that the majority of states, like Germany, like Austria, like Netherlands, like many others, were able to reduce the debt ratio. Germany from 70% to 60%, Austria from 80% to 70%, etc. So that the ECB could really claim that this policy, this new central bank policy, was a success. But there was a side problem. And the side problem, there's an enormous amount of liquidity now around, and nobody knows exactly what will happen with this liquidity. There's a lot of liquidity with the banks. They started to, they did this always, but they have very high amounts now deposit with the central bank. And the central bank is asking an interest rate of a negative interest rate of 0.0%, so that they 0.5%, half a percentage point. Of course, this is not funny for the banks. So they ask this interest rate also more and more from the customers who deposit money in the commercial banks. So that the question is, will this? No, the first question is, why did? Because there's so much liquidity, not the old idea, which was very much pointed out during the monetarist time. Why did not this enormous amount of liquidity translate into inflation? Why did this not happen? And the answer is, we had a special period of enormous, very important pressure from international competition. The European companies, Germans, Austrians, French, were not able to raise their prices. So you see a very strange thing. Some prices, good prices, tradable goods, did not increase in the price. On the contrary, most of these goods decreased in the price. On the other side, if you take services, services are more expensive today than they were, much more expensive than they were 10 years ago. Or to look at real estate. Real estate is more expensive today, much more than 10 years ago. Very high price increases. So there is a sort of inflation, but not in those goods which are internationally traded. So, the average, the price index does not include the price of real estate. The price index includes, not to the full extent, not so with a smaller weight, services. So the price index doesn't reflect that there is some signs of inflation. There was, but will this competition last forever or continue forever? I don't think so, because if you read carefully what happens in China, the south of China is a full employed economy, and wages are rising. So costs for entrepreneurs are already rising, and the question is how long will where do they meet? Because in Europe, the productivity increases in the last 10 years in manufacturing was very high, so that this problem is getting smaller. This is one aspect. And there are other aspects which lead me to think that I don't think this situation with zero interest rates, zero inflation rate, more or less, can go on forever. We will see an end to that probably after this crisis is over. Assume that we'll go back to normality in the second half of this year, when the vaccinations were successful. Then you will see that, and this is the aspect of growth. Then you will see that the growth will soon pick up very fast, because we saw in the third quarter of 2020 that in Germany and in the United States, the third quarter was very successful. So because people thought that this is now, that the crisis is now over, and there was a lot of investment, and the business was picking up. Now there is a lot of depression at the moment, but as soon as we see that the crisis is over, investment and demand for consumption goods will go up again. So that we are optimistic that once we see an end to this pandemic crisis, we will also see an increase in growth. So the problem that we have an increase of quantity of money, which is accelerating at the moment, is really much larger than the central bank makes us believe. Last year, the balance sheets of the central banks, take the ECB, increased by 20%. This means, in other words, that the quantity of money increased by 20%. This has never been before. This is the first time that something like that happens. This must translate somehow into demand. It's very difficult to see that the central bank could withdraw this money, or the money should not be used in the situation where people want to use it because they want to consume and they want to invest. So that it will be very interesting to see how the central bank will react to all that. The second difference today is that we have very important or a very large stimulation packages. Stimulus packages are important in all countries. I take the example of the United States. President Biden has proposed a stimulus packages of 9% of GDP. 9% of GDP is really very, very much. If you take the stimulus packages of President Barack Obama, this was not even half of that. But we have not only the stimulus packages which he suggested for 21, we have also a stimulus package from last year. And if you assume all stimulus packages from last year, from 2020, I can read here 14% of GDP. So if you see that the damage which has been done by the pandemic is 5% to 6%, the negative growth will be in this size for the United States and also for Germany, for instance. Then if you take this and you see how large the stimulus packages are, then you see that there is a lot of potential for future inflation, because the demand is now much higher. I would quote Larry Summers, who says, if we look at that and the economy will pick up, the economy will be on fire. Morgan Stanley says that, this is an important bank, that, I quote, fundamental shift in inflational dynamics will be in the future. So I think I have to finish. Labor market, if only one sentence, the labor market always follows with a few months delay the growth path. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Felderer. Afterwards, you have still time to join your opinions on stage and at the panel discussions. Now, what kind of developments do we have to face in transport and logistics? Let's welcome Sebastian Kurz, head of the Institute for Transport and Logistics Management, Vienna University of Economics and Business, and let's say Mr. Transport and Logistics, not only in Austria, also I think in Europe. Welcome on stage.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me, especially because our Institute of Transport and Logistics was founded 100 years ago. So we have the 100-year anniversary. Of course, we cannot party as hard as we would like to do, but we hope that will come in the summer. And if you think about 100 years ago, the Viennese entrepreneurs, they were thinking that transport and logistics was very important. And for this reason, they choose to set up an institute. And if you look at history, I think that's also very good, because I think it could help us in this crisis also. Of course, the institute survived the Spanish flu, and one should not forget even worse times regarding the history research we did. The founder of our institute, Franz Dörfel, was for the Nazi regime unreliable because he was so much religious attached. And but fortunately also the institute survived this the worst times of history, and without personal damage and reputation. So we are very fortunate and very confident that we will survive this crisis too. And in fact, as you probably know, of course, I'm very much doing research in the field of transport and logistics. But first of all, we were worried about our students. And I think that WU Vienna was very successful in beating the crisis by converting and transferring our research, our teaching to distance learning, which we did very fast. I would like to share with you some ideas. And some know that I was caught 67 days alone due to COVID crisis on a sailboat. And I think that has many aspects of the crisis. The crisis has political aspects. For me, as a European citizen, it was very strange that the Greek Coast Guard, so EU member Coast Guard, were threatening me with a machine gun and saying that I'm a threat for Greek. I don't know why, because I was at that time more than 30 days on sea, and the COVID virus for me was very, very far. But anyway, this was. During this crisis, I was thinking a lot about how to do, and my motto, and I think this could be a very, very good motto also to fight the crisis, is that with humor and with patience we can fight the crisis, and I think that is necessary. And what we forget is we heard a lot of now about economics. I completely agree. I'm very worried also about the flooding of the markets with money. Also, one dimension that I think was not discussed so much is that, of course, a lot of this money goes into the financial markets, and this is also the reason why we are in the biggest crisis, and a lot of asset holders in Europe and all over the world are profiting from the crisis. So I think from the economic point of view, the flooding is not only a threat for the inflation, but is also from the social point of view something that we should discuss. Yeah, then from the political and business point of view, and also from the individual point of view, of course, crisis management is very important. I don't want to go to that too deep because we want to look back. The name of the Congress is Back to the Future. We want to go back, but I think for the crisis management, from my point of view, if you look back, always in crisis, competence, knowledge and motivation were very, very important. And I'm a bit missing that. So I think if we, especially we as Europeans, we should take more focus on competence and capabilities. And if we lose that, especially for the future, that will be very bad. And if I talk about knowledge, I not only talk about a special knowledge as we are teaching now, not about talking about digital knowledge, but also a general education. I think if for example, you would read Albert Camus' work, or from Sartre or others, there you could learn a lot of the crisis. What I'm also missing in the crisis is courage and trust. I think the governments and also maybe the companies, they're missing courage and especially trust in their employees or in the people. And I think the people are feeling that the government is not trusting them, and this leads to a lot of frustration. And from my point of view, bad developments. Anyway, yeah, I want to go in deep now to transport and logistics and supply chain management. And if we look at the crisis, already at the beginning, we saw that not everything is wrong. I can say that logistics service providers, they did a tremendous job beside the health sector, of course, where people were working very hard and very effectively fighting the crisis. Also, a lot of logistics and transportation employees were fighting the crisis. If I think of, for example, drivers who were caught in Britain during Christmas period. At the beginning, there was no infrastructure for the drivers who were still driving in Europe to keep the supply up. And besides only very, very little days, if you remember the beginning of the crisis, there was some shortage of stupid things like toilet paper. There was no lack of material, food, or anything else. And if now the politics try to blame logistics for the crisis of the vaccination, that's really something ridiculous. But we as logisticians, we know, because in Germany we say the last is bitten by the dog. Even in business is that way, that if for example, if the package you ordered is delivered late, you are angry with the parcel delivery guy who has nothing to do with it, because why? He got the package late and the production was late. And this is the same in the case of vaccination. If there's not enough ordered, if there's not enough produced, the logistics can be as good as it is. You will don't do anything. I mean, one could talk about some aspects of things, but from my point of view, the vaccination is really not a logistics problem. Also, we did in the last exam, I can say now because it's over, we did, of course, the task how to design a logistics system for the vaccination, and the students did a good job. So I think, of course, we have some challenges. The transport prices in air freight and in sea containers are up due to the fact that the capacity was going down in air freight because there's a lot of air freight transported by passenger train flights, and these are not flying now. For this reason, really the prices tripled. We have in container business a special effects because the container are lacking in the maritime sector, and in the road transportation we have competition. For this reason, the prices don't go up so high. In railway, from my point of view, this is what the governments like the most. For environmental reasons, we are suffering a lot due to some reasons that are specific. From my point of view, what the companies need is reliability of planning. I think that we should make not only a short-term plan but a long-term plan, so the companies can prepare better. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to mention is, of course, what we will do after the crisis, and that would be, from my point of view, investing in different areas. Investing in health, obviously, investing in digital, investing in green was already named, and also investing into transport and logistics. I think in Austria, if we invest now to public transportation, for example, in Salzburg, as it's already decided to improve the system there are discussions in Graz to improve the system. That would be a good idea. And we have to make a strategy to decarbonize cargo transportation. I think that's very, very clear. We will go to battery-driven cars and light trucks, and on the city logistics, and from my point of view, trucks with hydrogen drives are the best solution on the long distance and for heavy. And for I think that from the battery point of view, Austria can do quite good with subsidiaries. We see also now demand is coming up, but on the hydrogenic side we could do, for example, the Swiss already are making pilot studies about that. Of course, the key to environmental transport is environmental friendly energy production, and for this reason we should invest there. One thing I did not mention is that we did studies that the consult asked the managers that digitalization investments could lead to a 10% growth in the GDP, and I think maybe in the discussion we can go into that deeper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kummer. So now I think we are ready to begin our first and I think very interesting panel discussion, asking how the economy will look like after Corona. And it's my very great pleasure, and we feel very honored that we get for the moderation for this panel discussion Erhard Busek, Chairman of the Institute for the Danube Region and Central Europe, former Vice Chancellor, Republic of Austria. Welcome on stage. He will talk with our first speakers, which we already heard, Ian Beck, Bernhard Felderer, Sebastian Kummer, and Tibor Sani. Enjoy the discussion.
Sonst kann man ja nicht sprechen.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite a pleasure to be with you because of the possibilities of techniques of our time. I think we are getting a new feeling of personal contact, and I think we have to train it. because personally I may say in all these discussions I'm missing more the real personal contact. It is nice to see somebody, but I think to get a better feeling is depending also on others. But we are learning on the subject. The second remark for introduction, I may say my deep respect to David Unger-Klein, that he is able to do the 18th Vienna Congress consult in this year. But this is a sign that we have to continue by all the difficulties in which we are. And so we are arriving at the aspect, which is our discussion, what does it mean for the economy under the auspices of COVID-19 or pandemic, or whoever want to say, and what are the consequences? Allow me to make short remarks on the introduction. Years ago, as we were coming together at the Vienna Congress in previous years, I think we had a tendency in the one direction of globalization. I think we are depending all on each other and the connection should be better and. This was the view. But in the last years, we had also a certain movement for regionalization. I think to look to what is around us, I think it was a little bit influenced by ecology, because here the situations are different and everyone wants to improve where he or she is living, and so on and so on. So far, I think it was a little bit of a battle here between globalization and regionalization. Now I think that's very interesting that the COVID crisis is putting an impact on this in one direction concerning regionalization, because if you are listening to the governments with their answers to the situation, they are by majority looking to regionalization, to protect ourselves, to put up borders, we have to control, I think it should be an area which we are overlooking, and so on and so on, and there's a strong competition. I think it is idiotic sometimes, if you allow me to have this sharp judgment on this. We in our region are better than the others. Our figures are lower concerning the situation of incidents, and our figures are bigger concerning vaccination. I think there's a certain competition on this. Not a very serious discussion, because it's sometimes depending on situations, on investment of money, and also on the sides of results on research and development. That's one direction. But the other direction is even going more globalization, because personally I'm convinced that the cooperation on research, what the science is doing, is of extreme importance. And there is no state, not even the United States, saying we can do it alone. The Russians are obviously doing it alone, but let's wait how it is working. The same with the Chinese. But this is not a nation state. I think Russia, and especially China, is so big that it is another category, but this is another question which we have to do. Here you can see also the different approaches which are for sure existing. What is influencing the global situation? For sure, how the pandemic is going. We are looking now to new possibilities coming from United Kingdom or South Africa on the virus. Here, this is a kind of differentiation or a global danger. Nobody knows it exactly. And also, I think, if we are looking to the economy, we have to look at the consequences which are coming out of this situation, because the global cooperation is a little bit hindered. It's also looking to competition. You have some political movements. Don't cooperate with the Chinese. They have invented COVID-19 and such a lot of nonsense here for sure existing also. It's a very mixed situation. So far, the subject which was formulated here for the Vienna Congress, is totally right and extremely important. And here we are moving to new reactions or actions even, or to understanding. There is one part which I separately asking all the speakers. We have to look also to the problem of information, because information has a deep influence on the situation, on the mutual understanding. I think here it's very critical. It's even critical for the political system concerning democracy. This we will touch tomorrow, or going also how far is information understood. I'm a little bit touchy on the question, which language are we using? And you can look by the COVID crisis, the language has a little bit changed. We are using new words which we have never used before. But on the other side, I'm not sure that they are understood by everybody. Here, that's a very strange situation. I spoke too long. I'm asking the first speaker to comment on this.
Comment on information or comment on, but you mentioned several points now.
Yeah, it's up to you, whatever you want to mention, Professor Felderer.
Well, it's true that reality has become very complicated, and it's not easy to communicate this in a newspaper or in a short broadcasting in the ORF or in any others. So that the journalists have a difficult task to translate something which they hopefully understand to the public, which has to be a very simple idea, so that otherwise it will not be absorbed by them. And normally we have studies in which we see that the newspapers and the television and all this media play a very important role in leading the public opinion and then in deciding elections. So there is a close connection. But the publication instruments disagree in their opinion. So, and in particular the new ones, if you take the new media, Twitter and so on, they allow any opinion more or less, so that it's very hard for somebody who is not informed about economic matters, for instance, or about the difficulties to and the necessities to keep a democracy running, to understand what our problems really are. And so I think this translation of the complicated reality to what the public should read and hear every day is not really working. This is what I would say to this point.
Thank you very much, Professor Felderer. I think focusing on the question of information medias and so on, I think it is a really key question, because the aggressiveness which is resulting out of these different understandings is increasing. I think I don't know which demonstration we will have today in Vienna. In comparison with other countries, I think it is on a low level, but it's also interesting that it's for sure coming up. Yeah. It's a temptation for the politicians to use it and to campaign on this. I'm listening especially to the opposition parties in Austria. They are trying to do it. If I be a little bit critical of them, they are offering different views, but they are not offering real proposals what to do. That's a difficulty. The government has to offer proposals what to do. If right or not is another question, but the opposition parties are doing really on this nothing. They only know what is wrong. And what is right is for sure difficult, but it should be also mentioned. Yep. I think this seems to be a very important point. But if we are sitting here to discuss economy, I think it's necessary also to look what has happened concerning AstraZeneca, the discussion around. Because here is going around that the portion of vaccinations which the European Union should get is shortened by the fact that obviously the main part of AstraZeneca is produced in Great Britain, and Great Britain is not anymore a part of the European Union. And so far, I think the European Commission has a suspicion that the British are keeping everything for them and are not giving to other parts. We have to add, it is even an additional problem, because it's not only a problem, United Kingdom towards the European Union by AstraZeneca, it is a general problem. What are the Africans getting? What are the Asians getting? And so on and so on. That's also very difficult. I think this we have not yet discussed, but obviously these parts of the world are also a part of our global existence. Who is please the next to comment? I think we have one being brought in by YouTube or whatever.
If not, I can make a short comment. It's not my specialty. But as a scientist, we always say that the first step is data, then the information, and information is interpreted data. And then comes the decision. And from my point of view, we have not only a lack in information and in communicating the interpreted data, but of course, from the beginning also a lack, let's say, from my point of view, the data is very, very unstable, let's put it in that way. And I was personally missing the quality of the data, which I found is very poor. So this would be my comment. Regarding the information that the press is giving, it's like this, but also I think the social media has also advantages. So there's a variety of arguments, and as a scientist, I still believe that the best argument will win. And if we are communicating our arguments in a very good way, then I think we can also convince the public.
Thank you very much. I think it's totally right. The data, everybody's looking to the data, but for sure they are very mixed and changing, and sometimes also not understanding. And understandable in this context, I have to say. But we have to look to the global connections. I think maybe we have some other participants on the discussion, maybe on the screen. But I want to focus on the following situation. I think I mentioned the tendency that we always said nearly until now, we are going towards globalization, and we have to develop the instruments. The real interesting situation of this pandemic is that the global activities on this are in limits. We have the World Health Organization, without any doubt, but in limits. In limits because before Biden, the Americans cut the money for this, and so on and so on, limiting the possibilities of the World Health Organization. But if I'm right, I think the activities of the World Health Organizations are also in limits. This is a question to our participants. Do we need more globalization, especially concerning the fact of the pandemic? And for sure, what does it mean for the economic development? Because the dependency on each other is for sure existing. From where are we getting the possibilities? I think we have to focus on in the neighborhood of Austria. We have countries looking in another direction concerning the vaccination. For example, the Hungarians here with some connections to Russia. As far as I know, in Serbia, there are also Chinese vaccinations used, and so on and so on. What is the collaboration here concerning vaccination existing concerning Russia and China, and so on and so on? Is politics more important? Because some are saying, especially in the West, we don't want to have to do anything with the Russians and not with the Chinese. Or is it necessary to focus more on global cooperation, especially on science and research? May I raise this question? Okay, please come up.
Tibor.
Tibor Sani.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for offering me the floor in this. Perhaps I can reiterate my previous statement, namely that we need a kind of new and agreed structure of global social solidarity. Just going back a bit to the normal or ex-normal conditions where WTO has regulated the overall trade and WHO has led the general understandings on pandemic protocols and things like that, including, of course, what we need to mention in this regard, the financial flows, which are absolutely, I mean, at least the rules are suspended. There are no budgetary rules anymore in the European Union. Everything has been suspended as much as government spendings are concerned. The WHO systems do not relate to the distribution of the vaccine, for instance, and there are quite different and even contradictory guidelines in terms of how to handle the pandemic in national terms or even in international terms. Now, I just give you a good example of what Mr. Buzek has just raised. The matter of political exposure of this whole vaccine complex, say. I know a little bit better the Hungarian situation than others. We do have access practically to all kinds of vaccines, like the American ones, like the semi-European ones, and of course the Russian and the Chinese ones. But the real problem is that the Russian and the Chinese vaccines are not orderly approved. It is just upon the individual decision of the government without any scientific proof that, okay, this kind of vaccine of China is allowed. Full stop. Just one single sentence of declaration. But if we look, for instance, on the problematic of the future vaccine passports, shall I be allowed to travel, for instance, to the United States if my vaccination book says that I have been vaccinated by Russian or Chinese drug? So these are really a big question. It relates also to information because it's a matter of interpretation, and I think that here we do not have an acknowledged and agreed system of solidarity. What do we accept? What we do not accept? What is generally allowed? What are the not allowed issues? So I think that the furbishing of the new kind of order, especially in mobility throughout the world, is something like absolutely undecided so far. So this is, I think, that can be a real point of the discussions of the European Council, for instance, so that to decide the ways of behavior in terms of access to the vaccine, in terms of the distribution of the vaccine, and in terms of the acceptance of the vaccinations. But this is just one little circle of problematics in our big bunch of challenges. But as Mr. Buzek has mentioned, this vaccination issue, I just wanted to make certain considerations to that. But again, I just sum up. I think we need a new system of global or even regional solidarity.
Can I come in this as well? Because there is a big challenge facing global institutions. Tibor has hinted at it in some respects. But if you recall what happened in 2009, the G20 in the end was in the lead in trying to deal with the financial crisis. It coordinated globally, fell apart quite quickly, but there was at least coordination in the early stages. What you do not see at present is the same kind of global coordination taking place. And it's a gap which we may institutionally need to start filling. Of course, an extreme contributor to this was Trump, withdrawing the US from the WHO, his antagonism to the World Trade Organization. That extremity is now gone, and we have to hope that Biden will be a return to normal, and that we can then start moving on to how we deal globally with this pandemic. Research collaboration has in fact been quite good. I think that the AstraZeneca story will be overblown. In the end, it's something of a paradox that the European Commission until Friday was complaining about a vaccine that it had not yet authorized, because it was only authorized on Friday. So there's a nice paradox there. The ordering the European Commission had done, certainly according to the British press, was far behind the British approach, which was very early to order, to support the companies in the manufacturing. And the hesitation on the part of the European Commission has contributed to the slow performance of vaccination across the EU member states. So I think the European Commission needs to look at itself in how it's conducted this and not try to make a victim of the UK on it. There's a further irony, which is that a contract under Belgian law between a Swedish multinational company and the European Commission has somehow brought the UK into the story in a way which has proved counterproductive. So this really ought to be dismissed as a storm in a teacup, and we should move on to much more significant collaboration. I wonder, though, if we could now shift on to talking about the economics, because I think there are things that have been said by the other panelists which are worth exploring. And if you allow me another couple of minutes, Mr. Buzek, I will suggest two. The first is that I think we're moving to a new policy paradigm in Europe. The era of strict rules, which was reinforced in 2011, 2012 with the new fiscal compact and other inventions, most economists now are starting to think this really ought to be replaced by something better in the fiscal policy framework. And my second observation, I'd like to take issue with Bernhard, because I do not think inflation should be regarded as a fear at the moment. Prices are zero. Price inflation is zero. Yes, there's a wall of money, but does anybody seriously believe that we're going to move from zero inflation to Zimbabwe in the next 10 years? I very much doubt it. Instead, I think we need to get used to the idea of very low inflation, very low interest rates, and accommodate to that to work out how we deal with it. One challenge of very low interest rates is naturally that savers get very little reward for their savings. And what we don't yet see is a way in which those savings are put to better use than just going in Sparkassen or other low rate of return activities. So we need to think about how the next stages of recovering from this pandemic also involve changes in the economic policy paradigm. I throw out that challenge to the other panelists, and I'm pretty sure Bernhard will want to react to it.
Yes, if I am allowed to.
Thank you very much, I think, for turning our view to the economic side. I think concerning globalization and to get rules on this will be a subject which is going over our discussion. I think it will be a main subject for the next years, for sure. But concerning economy, I think it is extremely important. I'm asking Bernhard Felderer if he has a comment on this, yes, as an economist.
Yes. Well, Jan is presenting the view of the majority of economists, but there's a growing minority which I quoted Larry Summers, I quoted one bank. There are several banks in the United States who all see that the inflation dynamics will change. I'm not saying we will have an explosion, that there will have inflation rates of, I don't know, 10 or more percent. But to give you an example, what this group expects is that inflation will go up already at the end of this year. If the pandemic is ending, let's say, in the summer, then we will, towards the end of this year, have a 2% inflation rate. This is what, for instance, the bank which I quoted before, and also Larry Summers is expecting. Then the Fed said they will not do anything up to the point concerning interest rates, up to the point where the inflation will hit the 2% target. If it goes beyond, then they will think about doing something. So that we know already, if there will come, inflation should come, they will do nothing up to a certain point. And this shows me that towards our inflation, our attitude towards inflation has completely changed. We would like to have inflation, and this is. Of course, we would like to have inflation of 2%, but not much more. But also the ECB said, it was a recent statement or report, that they will not act as soon as will hit 2% or any figure which seems important to them. So that, inflation will come back. We will not have a very low inflation scenario, as you said, new paradigm forever, because where will all the quantity of money go? Do you think that the central bank will able to neutralize this? I don't think so.
No, it will take time, but it's something that should not be seen as a particular worry today. We can cope with 2-3% inflation for several years, bearing in mind that for the last 10 years, inflation has been under target. In other words, we've had falling prices in real terms. Because you have to recognize that 2%, the notional target of both the Fed and the ECB, is in effect price stability. There's this illusion that 2% is somehow accelerating inflation. It's not. So we have to be alert to this change in the underlying economics of this. Yes, maybe in 5 years' time we'll have to start thinking again about a further change of paradigm. But for now, we should not obsess about inflation.
But allow me to raise another question, especially concerning your remarks. The result will be, as far as I've only the view on the Europeans, I think we get huge debts of the different states and of the national banks and so on and so on. I think what will be the impact to manage this problem? I think let's do it. I remember as I was in the Austrian government, we paid for the last part of the Lausanne loan, which we get by Völkerbund, 1926. But we paid it, I think, in the 80s here. Is this possible? Will this a solution? Or which kind of impact will have these debts? Obviously, especially for the Europeans. I don't have an overview how it is in the other countries outside Europe.
Well, to me, there are two answers. The first is that if you use the money you borrow well, you grow the denominator, which is GDP. With interest rates at zero, governments can borrow for almost nothing. The debt service charge being imposed on countries which have 80, 100, 120% of GDP is much lower than it was a decade ago. So they can afford to borrow to invest. If they invest, you then get a higher level of GDP, so the debt to GDP ratio falls because of faster growth. And that really should be the priority, thinking how to get the economy growing. We know, or at least we can predict, that there will be a very rapid bounce back from the contraction of the last 18 months. And that should see what might be a kind of V-shaped recovery in the European economies. It's only after that has become getting back to where we were previously that we can start to think about how do we slow down the rise of inflation or the risks of debt.
Can I say something?
Please, Professor Fellerer.
I didn't understand every word you said, Jan, because the acoustic was not that good. If you said that everything depends on the relation of debt to GDP, of course we agree. This is the strategy with which we reduce debt in the last 10 years. This is the strategy of the future. But we need low interest rates, this is correct, and we need high growth. And growth has not been that famous in the last years, but even then, if you have the low interest rates, the debt ratio has been reduced significantly in 10 years. As I said before, Germany from 70 to 60%, Austria from 80 to 70%, and so on. Only some countries like Italy were not very successful. So that the strategy is clear, but we need growth. And if you look at the long-term development of labor productivity, which is increasing less and less each year, I'm not so optimistic that we get rid of the debts as fast as we did it in the last decade.
All right. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I may intervene a bit. I enjoy very much, this debate amongst professors and scientists, and me as a humble politician, I can obviously freely decide with whom to be lying in. And I think that I'm a bit similarly positive than Jan Beck, because what we do see currently, there is a kind of economic crisis, but it's rather of a structural nature than a financial character. So I don't see any sign of a financial crisis. Obviously, having a certain ear to the potential voices of inflation, but currently I'm not afraid of inflation. I'm telling you why. Because governments are now borrowing, are investing quite a lot, are spreading and spraying money on the overall economy, and they have certain economic and technological priorities, which means that everybody is now tending to be prepared of a kind of new future, of new technologies, of new industries, and investing. And investment obviously is part of the GDP, so there must be certain growth in that term. But there is a big but, and this is a political issue, I think. When we look at the budgetary debts of the various governments, it's rapidly just going higher and higher and higher. But budgetary debt is a problem until we do have certain rules and red lines saying that below this, it's not a problem, above this, it is a problem. Now, these lines are just simply abolished, have been abolished. No more rules. The Eurostat and the European Commission has not a single word if any of the governments raise their budgetary debt to the sky. Consequently, if psychologically it is not a problem and the governments, and that's a risk of course, are investing in a proper way, then I think that we are on a viable track. And the structural problem is really that certain old industries and services are going out. For instance, my personal view is that the European touristic industry will never come back. Okay, we can get rid of the COVID-19, and what happens if there is a COVID 2020 or 21, or not COVID, but some other epidemics and similar problems. So anyhow, for instance, tourism is not something what you need to invest in currently, at least for the time being, I think. But there are really new areas of investment which were already at sight, like the digital technologies, infrastructure, and all these kind of new investments. And as Sebastian has pointed out quite clearly, investment is something which infrastructure is something like does not happen in a day or in a week's time. It's half a year, 1 year, 2 years term. So I think that we do have longer run investments like infrastructure, and we have immediate run investments like digital technologies. And this is going to be a part of the structural changes. But I don't see any real signs of financial crisis. That's my personal observation. But anyhow, I'm not a scientist, so it is just a political consideration.
Thank you very much for your input. I think it was extremely important. As an Austrian, I may say we have now the problem of tourism really going down. It has a great importance for employment in Austria. And if the tourism is not coming up, I share your opinion, then we get difficulties with very high employment rates. And this is a critical situation for stability. I think this has for sure a democracy problem, which we know out of the time between the two world wars. I have not a feeling that it will be immediately going in this direction, but there is a certain danger. May I add to this question another question? I think we need for sure more money, and maybe a lot of money coming from the state. But on the other side, small and medium enterprise will not go up immediately. They are good taxpayers in Austria, but if they have to invest to survive and to come up again, then the taxes will be minimized. And for sure, that's also extremely critical. I think, isn't it a problem that we are getting more a general debt management, which is for sure happening partly by the ECB, not so bad, but there are also a lot of problems in this context. What is your comment on this?
Yeah, I would like to comment to that, and before that I agree. I think that we will have moderate interest rates, but we have also one problem, that if we had moderate inflation rates, but only very, very little interest rates. And this causes, as we all know, also a problem for the pension funds, especially in countries that are more asset-based pension funds. In Austria and Germany, we are happy to have also Umlagesystem, so another system. So I think I'm more worried about the social impact of these challenges of the flooding of money or wall of money. But and regarding the spending, I think now we see that the distribution of the money is more, for my impression, more like a water can. And this is why I try to focus. We have to invest into innovation. And this I don't see. Of course, and also a small country like Austria has to say, okay, we have to focus on innovation, and the innovation is quite clear, should be definitely in ecological questions and digital questions, because I cannot imagine another future. Regarding the regional and regional aspects, I think we will, especially as Austria, we are very much depending on the global economy, and if we would concentrate only on regional things, we would be in a very bad situation.
Thank you very much. This question is extremely important. I think a positive remark, the European Commission is looking to this because they are putting a lot of money. I'm a little bit informed, not totally, about the projects, and I have some doubts that the right projects are chosen. I think that's not a quite clear discussion. I think here we need more input from the side of science, from the economist, but I think we need also more ideas of the whole landscape of entrepreneurs and so on and so on. And as far as I can see, and as far as I'm able to listen, there are not a lot of interesting proposals around what to do. I think here maybe we need a program as Roosevelt did it a long time ago for bringing up again the United States. I think here we need a more tough discussion on this subject. Professor
Here we do have the proposals for the Green Deal. And if you put together the Green Deal and infrastructure investment, a lot of what's being discussed at European level concerns investment in things that are going to facilitate decarbonisation of the economy and a shift towards digital. This creates problems from measurement because we're used to measuring productivity as the output of a factory per worker. When you're doing things in digital, there's a measurement problem of exactly what you're measuring, because digital is as much to do with quality as it is to do with the volume of production. Yep. So there's going to be a big challenge for both the statistical offices and the economists in working out how these moves to a different sort of economy, no longer heavily reliant on manufacturing, much more reliant on ideas and knowledge, is captured in the official statistics.
I think I share your opinion that it is Green Deal has some possibilities, but I think it is overestimated what can happen here in reality. I think because we have to have the possibility to push it through in the common understanding. I think concerning a Green Deal, we have to change our behaviors, what is usual, and so on and so on. Well, also even going to some structures, looking to the Green Deal, which are very difficult for some states of the European Union. If I'm looking to atomic energy and to France, I think to change the decarbonization on this will not be an easy job. Or if I'm looking to Poland and so on and so on. I think here we have a tremendous change of behaviors necessary as a precondition. It's theoretical, totally right. But as a former politician, I may say to push it through, not an easy job.
May I say something? Or
yes.
Would you? I wanted to react to our Hungarian friend. If I understand you correctly, you say that we shouldn't worry anymore about the 60% or about the 3% limits deficit. But imagine if you continue like that, what will happen? We will have more and more deficits, and we will accumulate at the same time the debts, of course. The debt this doesn't worry you, but the deficit should somehow, because what will happen if we will have deficits so that the financial community worldwide, where Europe plays only a small part, will not believe us anymore that we will be able to pay back these debts. Then I think we get in trouble as a whole community, like Greece did. So a French minister said a few weeks ago that the 3% deficit limit is nonsense. We should not regard this in the next years. He said not nonsense, but he said we will not take care of this 3% anymore. So this is it's the same idea. But imagine what will happen if we continue to have 5, 6, 7% deficit, which we had in the past. There were periods where we had this. But this was not to our best, I think. Even if we use this money to invest, it's very dangerous situation. And the thing is, and this is what Professor Busek just said, we have no guarantee that this money will invest it in a productive way. The checks afterwards, when the project is ended, have never really worked when the European community did this. we had projects. There was no control afterwards. So there would be another important would be another specialist who comes and takes a look what happened with this money. But we will not see that. So that I think first I am skeptical as far as these enormous projects is concerned, and second, I don't think we can do it without a common understanding that we should not go beyond 3 or 4 or 5%. The limit is not so important, but that we have an upper limit to our deficits.
Can I come in on this?
Yeah, please, because
Right, thanks. So what we should recognize is that we are in a wartime economy. The war is against COVID. It's not against common enemy in military terms. But in a wartime economy, it's natural that deficits go up because the public sector has to do things that are out of the ordinary. That's the first observation. The second is to recall something that Olivier Blanchard, the former chief economist of the IMF, said in his American Economic Association presidential address just over a year ago, 2 years ago. He said that debt has been exaggerated as a problem. The parameters of debt are no longer the ones that gave rise to the 60% and the 3% that have been enshrined in the European context since the early 1990s. They applied to the conditions at the time. Average debt was 60, average deficits were 3, and nominal GDP growth was 5%, which was a steady state. You could keep it at that level and there'd be no problem. Today, nominal GDP growth is much lower, but debt service charges are very much lower. So you can afford a higher level of debt for the indefinite future. So we should be aware of this. And I think Blanchard's message was, it's not that he was saying debt is good, but it's not as bad as we make it out to be. And my third comment will be to say, the country we should really look at here, and the one where I see the biggest potential problems, is just south of the Austrian border, Italy, because it's got that very unpleasant conjunction of no, and in fact negative growth and high debt. It's the country the Europeans should be worrying most about.
Yeah, but the question with Italy is a different one. It's not that they do not have a low deficit or a surplus, but the problem is that the growth is not there. They have negative growth over many years, and that with a negative growth, and you talked before about the debt ratio, the debt over GDP. So even if they would have not higher debts, the debt ratio would have increased. So that
I think we're saying the same thing, Bernard, because I was stressing that as well. Yeah.
So that, yes, I think Italy has a more fundamental problem. It is related to growth. So they would have to answer why this country doesn't grow anymore. And of course, I would have a hunch, but I mean, this is not the subject here. Yeah.
But Professor Felder, I think the real danger concerning Italy is they don't have debts outside. They have the debts to their own banking system. And the real question for the Italians is, how will the banking system in Italy survive? This is an extreme problem. I think it's a country which has invented a lot of things concerning the banking system, if I'm thinking on Florence and the Medicis and so on and so on. But on the other side, that's extremely dangerous. But to say also an optimistic side, I remember a responsible man of the Austrian finance ministry, he always said to me, forget Italy. I think they are on the way since Julius Caesar to break down, but they are living very well on this. Hopefully it's right, but it's more a joke, beg your pardon.
Yeah, Mr. Buzek, if you allow me to contribute to this debate before, because actually I'm very grateful for Jan since in trying to answer Bernard's question, I wanted to offer part of the answers to Jan, because he is an economic professor. But I don't need to repeat what he was saying. Just I wanted to point out that the rules existing up to the beginning of this COVID crisis, the rules were designed on a very pragmatic way. I don't really think that there was any kind of scientific consideration behind. It was just a common decision, a kind of an agreement, a kind of compromise that yearly debt should be kept below 3% and the overall debt below 60%. Fine. That's a dogmatic issue. Why don't we elevate the ceilings since the real economic flows are tolerating these higher ceilings currently? So this is one thing that if we just forget a bit dogmatic considerations, and then we try to design our new figures to the new economic conditions, maybe it's a bit better. But I did not say, and then I want to underline, I did not say that the elevation of debts is good or bad. I don't know. It can be good, it can be bad. It depends on how it is spent. But I just wanted to point out that currently the European Commission, in budgetary terms, the European Commission, ironically, cannot really make big mistakes except one, namely the one that they have let every decision to the member states currently how funds. What does it mean? For instance, okay, there is a kind of priority towards the Green Deal, towards green economies, toward green future, green whatever, but they give money to the Poles to stick to their carbonic dreams. And now the next generation is financing the Polish carbonic dreams. And this is really bad. But the decision was made, namely, that it is up to the national and member states to decide on how to spend this next generation money. Okay, there are little rules, but not that strict as it was before. So this is why I say that many of the rules are now suspended, but still there is a certain chance that if it is invested in a good way, of course, we can then even modify our current ceilings. That's actually what I wanted to say.
You have chosen a very good example, but this is a consequence of pragmatism you mentioned. Yeah. I think as a politician I may say we politicians have pragmatic because we want to survive and we want to be re-elected. That's also a danger. Okay, Professor Fellerer.
I think one of you two said that that's good or bad. I don't think this is any question. Jan said this, I think. This is, the question is this a strategic variable and can we use it for strategic purposes? Is the 3%, or 5 or 8%, is this a strategic variable which we can use? I think it is a strategic variable and has nothing to do with good or bad. And that the debt today, looking on debt today is different than maybe 10 years ago or 20, 30 years ago. Obviously, it is the fact. We will have debts now. We will have high deficits in the next years, probably, but as a consequence of the crisis. But the question is, where will, after a transition period, where will we want to go back? I think we have to go back to a low deficit figure, which we agree on. It's not something we invented, because the 3% and the 60% have been by simulation tested. If you go to 90%, you get a problem, because Rogoff and others, Reinhardt and Rogoff showed, and others, this is not the only study, showed that this occurs or this will lead rather to problems than when you have only 50%. So that the possibility to accept new debts is lower the larger your debts are. If you have 150% like Italy, your possibility to use the capital market is reduced. This is a very important fact. For future crises, and we will have them certainly, maybe by another pandemic or maybe by a natural disaster or something, we need the possibility to increase the debts, because the capital market should deliver us enough capital. And if we have already 150 or 200% deficit, they will not do that. So this is a very simple idea. This is there is no theory behind that debts are bad or less worse than before. No, it's a strategic question.
Professor
Bernhard, I think you do need to consider the other side of it, because the debt of the public sector is only one part of the balance sheet of the economy. The counterpart of that debt of the public sector could be investment in assets, in which case we should be very pleased about it. It could be frittered away on consumption of higher welfare spending, which doesn't generate new resources. But we also have to consider that other sectors, the household sector or the corporate sector, may well be accumulating assets at the same time. So you cannot look only at the public sector debt and deficit.
Thank you. I think we are coming to an end. We have still 5 minutes. And Professor was wanting the floor, please.
Yeah, I will keep it short. And also we should be in the last 5 minutes positive, as we all know that positive mood is good for economics. I wanted to say that regarding the discussion about the debts, I think the good thing is that we have many good opportunities to invest from the states and from the companies. And I'm not worried that we will boost the productivity in the next years due to robotics and digitalization. And so I think if we invest, if the state pushes the investments into this area, we are very on a good side. And one thing that Ian mentioned before, I like very much the comment about the digital, how do we measure digital things? And I would say, as maybe also as a more to the business economic, business and administration side, I would measure it as the digital contribution towards ecological effects and towards productivity. And if we stick on the investments, on digital investments that are improving the ecological situation and improving the productivity, we are on a safe side.
Thank you very much. I think looking that we are coming to an end, may I say it was an advice which we are given to you, what we have to do. I'm asking also the other participants, I think, to put it in a nutshell, what the next steps should be done. What would you advise the politicians to do? Because concerning pragmatic solution, at the end of the day, it's done by politics and not by scientists. It's sometimes a pity, but I'm asking you for advice in this direction. Who wants to take the floor?
Can I start?
Please.
Maybe then? What we've seen so far in the public sector response to the economic crisis of the pandemic is trying to mitigate the negative consequences on the economy. It's very heavy expenditure, for example, on subsidizing workers to keep them attached to the labor market. It's been loans to companies to stop them going out of business. This has been very much a defensive kind of economic policy. On the assumption that within, let's say, 6 months, vaccination means that the economy is in a position to relaunch, the economic strategy has to shift from defensive to offensive in the sense of trying to rebuild the economy. And that's going to take some very, very careful thinking about how much you do in, for example, the Green Deal, how much should go in digital, how much should be simple macroeconomic stimulus, and then when to withdraw that stimulus because the economy gains the momentum of its own. Those are the political challenges in generating the next stage of the economic response.
Thank you very much for this advice. It's extremely important. I'm chairing tomorrow a discussion about concerning democracy and the situation. I think I will use your advice, saying the source from where it's coming, that we have to move in this direction. Who is the next? Professor Fellerer?
I think he raised his hand already. I can anytime say. Professors always can talk about anything. I hear that my Austrian colleague said that productivity will increase because of digitalization, if I stood this correctly. This reminds me of a situation in the 80s where Bob Gordon, a famous American economist, he was also in Vienna, he wrote several books about it. He said we expect higher growth, because productivity growth was not very high in the 80s. Actually, for the first time, it was quite low. And he said we expect higher productivity growth because there's a lot of investment coming in the next years. Now, in the 90s, we had high investment in digitalization. And I quote Solo, I see computers everywhere, but I don't see the consequences in the statistics. So I don't see the productivity increase. As a matter of fact, productivity increases declined in spite of all this investment in digitalization. So I'm very skeptical that your argument is right.
That's a very serious remark. Thank you very much. The voice from Hungary?
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to sum up a bit what I tried to push through this discussion, namely what Europe needs now, a new system of economic, social, and financial solidarity. That's one thing, and again, even if we talk about global things, never forget the people living in the small settlements, because they are always at the wrong end of the wrong games. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Köszönöm szépen. I think it is extremely important looking to the people. Thank you very much. I think that's also connected with the advice concerning pragmatism. So far, we are here on an end. Many thanks to all the participants, and I shift to the organizers back, but I will consider your comments also tomorrow if I have to discuss it with my old friend Václav Klaus. I'm looking forward to what he is saying.
He disagrees in principle.
That's right, but this is good for discussion. Okay. Milady.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this highly interesting discussion. I think we all deserve a small break now. May I ask the audience and all our speakers to be back at 1:30 so we can start again on time. Thank you. I'm glad you all came back, and I'm sure you won't regret it, because now our focus is on the future of our health. Before the panel discussion starts, we have the privilege to hear 3 introductory notes from Nobel laureates. Ladies and gentlemen, first let's welcome Tim Hunt, Nobel laureate in physiology or medicine.
Thanks very much. So, I'm speaking to you from an isolated ward in a rehabilitation hospital in Okinawa. I broke my leg at the beginning of December, and I'm only gradually recovering the use of my right leg. Nobody can visit me on account of the virus. Yet, we're very lucky here in Okinawa, because if we were back home in London, it's absolutely amazing. We would be 25 times more likely to die of the virus than we are here in Okinawa. Why is that? Well, nobody really knows, as I will try to explain. Some time ago, I was working with a friend on a problems book for students of cell and molecular biology. And for some reason, I looked up to see the question of viruses arose, and I looked up to see why was it that we get flu in the wintertime. And you can think of lots of reasons why you might get flu in the wintertime and not in the summertime. For example, it might be that sunlight inactivates the virus. It has a lot of UV light, which is bad for viruses. It's warm, so maybe the particles you breathe out with the viruses in dry up very fast, or perhaps it's just because people are outdoors and don't breathe each other's air so much. But the answer was, when I looked into this, that really the answer wasn't known. And I found that extraordinary, because there's a huge amount of work on influenza. And it was an article of faith, more or less, that coughs and sneezes spread diseases, and people had focused very much on the role of what you expel in a cough or a sneeze, quite large particles of water containing the virus. And those actually fall quite rapidly under the force of gravity, and they don't travel very far. I mean, that's where this 2-meter rule come in. By 2 meters, all these particles have fallen to Earth. But now that there's been this tremendous, because of the worldwide pandemic, many scientists have turned their attention to work on COVID-19. And it seems that this theory, which people had accepted, and I think even the World Health Organization sort of believed in, that it was just these large particles that were given out by coughs and sneezes spread the disease, didn't seem to work terribly well. I mean, there are some very good examples of this, that members of a particular choir, I forget where in the world, one of their members had the disease without knowing it, and a large fraction of that choir caught the disease, and they were well over 2 meters away. It was really impossible to conceive, and they hadn't been touching each other. They just sang. And so it's become rather clear, I think, that actually the virus is spread by aerosols. That's very small particles, things that the size of pollen grains spread in this way. I mean, think smoke. If one doesn't encounter smokers so often these days, but it's probable that actually that is how the disease is spread. But it's very controversial, and not everybody believes that. I mean, there's a lot of dogma in this field, and not so much experiment, which I think is really rather a pity. Now, if I can give you another example of this kind of thing. My brother lives in the Isle of Wight, and just before Christmas, the Isle of Wight was a very safe place to be. In fact, under Mr. John, it was designated Tier 1, which means that you weren't allowed to. I forget what you weren't allowed to, but it wasn't terribly rigorous. It wasn't a full lockdown. Whereas on the mainland, which is a half-hour ferry away, there was full lockdown. One of the consequences of this was that the pubs were still open in the Isle of Wight. And at Christmas time, the people from the mainland who were fully locked down simply took the ferry over to the open pubs in the Isle of Wight. And the result was that there was to the surprise of the authorities, who obviously hadn't anticipated this, there was a huge outbreak of virus infections in the east end of the Isle of Wight, so much so that helicopters had to be commissioned to commandeered to take people to the hospitals, which were being overloaded. The Isle of Wight doesn't have, it's a small place, doesn't have very good hospitals. So almost certainly then the reasons for the seasonality of viruses include the physical factors, include the fact that UV light inactivates them, includes the fact that when it's hot, the particles evaporate more rapidly, but there are also social factors involved. And it's quite clear that talking loudly without masks in crowded rooms is a very good way of spreading the virus. It's also clear, I think, however, that much more research is needed for this, and the kinds of assays that people have done in the past, I think, aren't entirely appropriate in the case of a virus whose properties are not terribly well known. I mean, we don't know, for example, how many particles you have to breathe in, under what circumstances to actually get infected. And it's also fairly clear that different strains of the virus have different degrees of infectivity, which is interesting and an ongoing concern, of course. So the good news is that because of this concentration of scientists on COVID-19, that it looks like we have very effective vaccines. And as you know, it's vaccines that have led to the elimination of poliovirus and smallpox virus, more or less completely from the face of the earth, and would have eliminated more or less measles from the face of the earth were it not for the MMR scandal and the consequent rise of the anti-vaxxer movement. But COVID vaccines look like they're working. And I just want to finish really by explaining what an amazing triumph of science this is. I was involved a little bit myself in the early days. And the one I want to concentrate is the vaccines from BioNTech and Moderna, which are so-called messenger RNA vaccines. Now, messenger RNA itself was first, I won't say discovered, but realized in about 1960 and then discovered by Sidney Brenner and Jim Watson in 1961. And it was Jim who elaborated the doctrine, the central dogma of biology, that DNA makes RNA and RNA makes protein. And the way the immune system recognizes viruses is by recognizing, A, that it's been infected by a virus, and I won't go into the ways that that happens, that's quite complicated. And they spot the virus proteins and they start making antibodies against it, and somehow those antibodies limit the infection and kill cells that are infected, and you get over it. So the trick is to simply make viral proteins or deliver viral proteins to people, and in principle, they become immune to that virus. And it turns out that a very good way of doing this is by introducing messenger RNA into the cells of the immune system. And this sounds very simple. Then the messenger RNA specifies the proteins, and the proteins will make you immune. However, when I was working on this, we could make messenger RNA in small amounts, but it wouldn't have worked because of various kinds of, I won't go into the technical details, of various kinds of contaminants, and the fact that messenger RNA needs special things at the start and the finish beyond the actual coding region in order for it to work effectively. And not only that, you have to deliver the messenger RNA, which doesn't normally get into cells because it's a highly charged macromolecule. You have to conceal it in nanoparticles of a positively charged lipid with which it will associate. Now, that has taken a total of almost 50 years to develop, from the first idea to the actual reality that you can make messenger RNA, that you can inject it into people, that it gets into the cells in people, that it gets translated, and that it doesn't cause horrible allergic reactions. Not only that, but you can also make millions of vials of it. I was very amused one time. My wife and I were touring Japan, and we went to see the Kirin beer bottling factory, which was pretty amazing. It was virtually sterile. There was only about one person there, and the thing was churning out cans and bottles of beer. And we then went on to see the recombinant GM-CSF bottling factory. It was also made by Kirin. The bottles were very, very much smaller. And this time there was about a hundredth of the particulate matter in the air. The air was fantastically sterile, filtered, and there was not a single soul to be seen. And so this development of large-scale production of clinical grade material has been going on for a long time now. And all this is absolutely necessary. And it's all brilliant engineering and wonderful, painstaking science that has taken enormously long time, but has now been successful. And the wonderful thing about this is that if the virus mutates, it's relatively quick and easy to change the sequence of the messenger RNA so that you now make exactly the right sequence to neutralize that particular strain of virus. I think this is a really fantastic achievement on the part of the people in those two companies. And it's a great advertisement that, first-class science as applied to a medical need can be successful in this way. But meanwhile, there's a lot of room to better understand how the virus spreads between people. And this, unfortunately, is more a matter of social science than actual science. And the difficulty with social science, as I'm sure you realize, is that it's much, much harder to do the kind of controlled experiments which we can do in a laboratory where we can just isolate the factors we need. You can't isolate people and do experiments on that in that kind of way. And although my guess is that if you put people in choirs and get them to sing loudly to each other, and one of them has the virus, the others in the choir will mostly get it. And if you take your mask off and go into a pub and it's a crowded room, I still remember how pubs used to be when smoking was allowed, and the air rapidly became thick with smoke. Well, when you think smoke, think virus particles, and think it's probably a good idea to put a mask on under those circumstances. And my plea really is that we should have more experiments and less propaganda in these matters. And, because this is, in principle, we have rational solutions to solve this problem. And I think that's what that's the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hand. And now let's welcome again Dan Shechtman, Nobel Laureate in Chemistry. Mr. Shechtman, I think your microphone is turned off. We cannot hear you right now.
Okay, now?
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry. I will repeat. I want to share with you some observations from my experience this year, just looking at what happens in the world during the coronavirus pandemic. First of all, the first observation is you do not need to be a horrible dictator to kill millions. One person, the first coronavirus patient, affected the world like nobody else in history. One person affected the whole world. You can think about history about horrible people. They were nothing compared to this one person who affected the whole world and infected the whole world. Number two, although medical teams and decision makers around the world do their best to control the pandemic and help the sick, they do not solve the problem. It is the scientists that solve the problem. And it brought the scientific community to the knowledge of people around the world. I think that science was never appreciated like it is now, and rightly so. And it has been done in a very impressive pace also, really amazing pace. We'll talk about it a little bit. The innovative idea by Moderna and Pfizer in order to make our body ribosomes produce the spike protein of the coronavirus by instructing the ribosomes through the RNA messenger is wonderful. I know that Moderna has been working on it for a long time, on the idea. Moderna is a young company, 10 years old company. Pfizer is a much older company. And yet they came to the same idea, the same results, and they did a fantastic job. So this is a real breakthrough in medicine with possible consequences to train our immune system also to not miss any cancer cell, as many develop in our body all the time. You know that our immune system kills 99.999 of the cancer cells that form in our body, but sometimes they miss one. We don't want them to miss that one. And possibly the new approach may help in that matter. Another very impressive achievement is the ability of these companies, and many other companies, by the way, that do it in different way, is to produce billions of vaccines sets in a record time. I can only imagine what effort it takes to do that and to distribute it around the world and make a fortune in the process. Several countries did a very good job controlling the medical crisis. Examples are Taiwan, New Zealand, and China. They did it in different way. Taiwan did it in different way than mainland China. And it has been done under different type governments, but they did it anyway. So how did they succeed? They have obedient citizens. And wearing masks in the Far East, as most of you know, is common practice. And this means social responsibility. Somebody who has a flu or cold, common cold, will go to the train with a mask on a regular day. They do it because they feel responsibility to their country. And in many other countries, especially in the West, people don't behave in a responsible way like they do in many countries in the Far East. So vaccinating large percentage of the population is quite a task. And I'm calling for you from Israel, and we don't do very well with the coronavirus, but they do excellent job in vaccination. What does it take? It takes a government who orders the vaccines ahead of time and willing to pay extra price so the first vaccine will arrive here. The companies are happy and we are happy. But that's not all. More important is the fact that we have in Israel a very good health system. I think we have a model health system. I will explain. First of all, it's a national insurance. Everybody is insured. Those who can pay, like me, do pay. Those who cannot pay, they don't pay, but they're insured just as well. This is one thing. The other thing is that we have excellent HMOs, excellent companies that are health providers. And the first company, HMO, was established 1911, 110 years ago. So we have a very long experience in Israel in providing healthcare for the people. and the people appreciate it. So when the vaccines came to the country, within days, we had many sets of operations to vaccinate everybody. First were the old generation, people 6 years and above. Most of the people 6 years and above in Israel have been vaccinated at least once, and in a few days, twice. This is very good because the older people, as you know, are affected badly by the pandemic. On the other end of the scale, as far as health providing, is the United States. No national health insurance. Medical care is very expensive, outrageously expensive. Everything is expensive, and very many people cannot afford regular care. Here in Israel, you have something, whatever. You go to the HMO and they will treat you right away. No problem at all. This is not the case in the United States. Of course, many people have insurance provided by the employer, or they buy some of it or whatever, but many people do not. You add to that the bad diet in the United States, and you are in a volatile situation. And the results are there. What's next? Now, this is my own opinion. I think that the pandemic is not going anywhere, and it will stay with us in the future for years. And we will go to be vaccinated every year, like the flu, but it's by far more severe than the flu. So the world systems, healthcare system, will have to reorganize themselves to providing such vaccinations once a year, every year, to everybody. I hope I'm wrong. Last thing. Having social responsibility is a feature of a country. Here in Israel, we have people who are very concerned and are very responsible socially, and they will make sure that they will not infect anybody by staying away, by not seeing their grandchildren, by wearing masks anytime they are outside. This is one part of the country, Israel. These are the people that are educated, work, pay income tax, and serve in the mandatory military service. This is one part of the country. Another part of the country, they do not study by choice. They do not work, or not enough of them work. They don't pay income tax. But they live on welfare by choice, and they are poor. And they live in small apartments. They have no concern for the public. They don't wear masks. They gather together in large groups for weddings or funerals, you name it, and they infect everybody. Only countries in which everybody has social responsibility, like in several European countries, like in many countries in the Far East, only these companies can survive this pandemic with minimum damage. Other countries cannot do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schechtman. Now I'm very interested to hear what our next speaker has to say. Please welcome Kurt Wüthrich, Nobel Laureate in Chemistry.
Hi, can I be heard?
Yes, Mr. Wüthrich, we can hear you. But we cannot see you.
See me?
No, not yet.
We can't see you. Where are you, Kurt?
I'm in my office. And I don't know why you shouldn't see me.
Have you turned your video on?
Well,
you're just a. It says Kurt Wüttrich on the screen.
That's very bad. Why does it do that?
Well, I don't know.
Share alarm. Yes. Well, they.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. Terrific. Well done.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Well, that's not my fault. It's all right.
Okay. You're right.
Hi to all of you. I want to start by commending David Ungar Klein for having the courage of organizing the Wien Congress in spite of all the difficulties. I regret not to be in Vienna, but it just looked too difficult because I plan to move to the United States next week with a national interest exemption, which should allow me to get into the country, and coming to Vienna might have made this impossible. I have listened to the presentations of my colleagues, and I could not agree more with Tim Hunt regarding the fact that our knowledge about SARS-CoV-2 is very poor. So we are not really rationally deciding on how to fight the pandemic. We are using measures that would also have been used 100 years ago. A lockdown is not a scientifically based motion. This is simply giving up in front of the virus. I would then also agree with Tim Hunt and Dan Schechman that the availability of vaccines today is a fantastic triumph of scientific research. Not of scientific research that has started last February, but scientific research that has been going on for decades. Now, for my talk, I think that I will just make reference to how I lived this last year. And as it happened, I kept a diary where I noted down my impressions of how things are going with COVID, SARS-CoV-2. And this has just recently, 2 weeks ago, been translated from the English into German and published in one of the weekly journals in Switzerland. And I'm going to make reference to this diary in what follows. I spent the first 2 weeks of the year in the US, then a week in Singapore, and then a week in Shanghai. And until January 22, there was no mention anywhere about an impending problem. Even in Shanghai, until noontime on January 22, there was no mention of COVID-19, which didn't have that name at the time anyway. Nonetheless, about 30% of the population in Shanghai was wearing masks before anything came out. Then on January 22, at noontime, when I returned from the institute to the hotel, I was handed a package of masks and told not to leave the apartment in the hotel without masks. The next day, I went back to work to the university. Because of the Chinese New Year, my group was the only one present on campus. And when I came out of the hotel, an estimated 99% of the people around were wearing masks. And when we left on the very last day, when one could leave China, that was January 24, everybody was wearing masks. Next, I immediately from Shanghai, I moved to Vienna for the Vienna Congress. Then I went to Saudi Arabia for a few days. Nobody was worrying about SARS-CoV-2. Then I was in Zurich and Feldkirch for 1 month. And my last trip abroad was to Salzburg on March 6 to 5 to 6, I think. And on March 10, we moved to the United States, where we stayed until September, and the remainder of the year from mid-September until today, we spent in Switzerland. Now, what did I experience in Switzerland? After having seen that everybody was wearing masks in China, I learned in Switzerland that wearing a mask was a health hazard. It was not just useless, it was endangering the health of the people. In July, the Swiss government would have liked to impose on people that they wear masks, but the warnings of the health hazard associated with masks continued. To this day, Switzerland has a big problem in that people do not want to wear masks, referring to the early warnings by the government that masks are a health hazard. Similar warnings have been made in Austria. They have also been made by the WHO early on, and all this simply because there was not a sufficient supply of masks. That's one of the observations that I made. By the way, my acquaintances in China sent me 5,000 masks to my office in California by mid-May, just so that I would be safe. I have them all over the place now. I then, in July, wrote down that we really know too little about the virulence of SARS-CoV-2. I doubt up to this day that asymptotic positive cases from the RNA tests or the PCR tests may be due to these people having carried non-virulent virus. It is now known that diseased people with a heavy disease from SARS-CoV-2 are positive for weeks, even months, because of that virus in their system that gives them a positive test. And I could well imagine that 1/3 or more of all the positive tests are due to inactive virus. The cost of such misjudgment of the results is enormous, as anyone can readily see. I think that now we have a publication. Well, I have a publication here by the late colleague Mario Molina, which appeared in PNAS and which was a real outcry for people to wear masks. Without giving exact data, just concluding that aerosols must be the most efficient way of transmitting infection. This Molina and his team concluded this from the early data on the disease in Italy and in New York and in Wuhan. In the summer, around July, a group of some 240 scientists wrote to the WHO to include increased warnings about transmission by aerosols. But up to today, no one has solid data on how long the virus can be infectious in an aerosol. However, there is now in my opinion, solid paper describing the decay of virulence on surfaces. And they conclude, I mean, this was done very carefully in very expensive ways in Australia. The paper appeared in October in the Virology Journal, and they show that the half-time for the decay of virulence on all surfaces except cotton. Don't ask me why cotton kills the virus, but that's what they measured, is 6 to 9 days. And at 20 degrees, they discovered infectious virus on surfaces such as handrails and similar, or paper money, after 28 days. I consider this to be the first really solid experimental evidence for for describing the decay of virulence of SARS-CoV-2. There is another last numbers that I want to bring up. When the authorities analyze the response from people who get sick with SARS-CoV-2, they find out that only 20% have an idea of where they could have caught the disease. Now let's assume that this is 40%. Of course, not counting what happens within families. It's obvious if somebody carries the disease into a household that it will spread within the household. But from the fact that in countries like Switzerland and Austria, which do adhere to social distancing and in a limited way to wearing masks, only at most 40% have an idea of where they could have been in danger. From this, I conclude that at least half of the infections come through aerosols that are blown around in air conditioning and heating devices that circulate air. We don't know how long the virus is infectious in such aerosols. What do? We now spend billions and billions of euro or Swiss francs of dollars on measures to fight the disease for today and the next day, but nobody looks ahead. Nobody has started to spend money on removing handles, anything that's touched with hands. Most of these devices in public buildings should long ago have been replaced with optical devices so that you don't have to touch to open a door or to get running water and so on. Even worse, with circulating air, no one has ever yet discussed that we should clean the circulating air. It is obvious that if we now look ahead, and either we conquer the present pandemic, if we have just a few cases and the air circulation is not cleaned, for example, with ultraviolet light, then we will immediately have spread again. That is absolutely clear. And so nobody is looking ahead. Nobody is talking about the fact that our buildings, I'm talking now at this point about public buildings like the workplace, theaters, trains. It seems that airplanes have efficient filtering of the air. That's what is often discussed. Nowhere else is that even addressed. And so even if we conquer the epidemic largely in a few months, it will flare up again as soon as we have a few infected people that feed in to these air ducts and so on. This is what I wanted to say here as an introduction.
Thank you, Kurt Wüthrich. I think now we are ready for the next panel discussion, and the topic will be the fight against COVID-19. The moderator will be Sert Klöting, President of Academia Europaea, and he will discuss with the speakers you've just seen on your screen, Tim Hunt, Dan Schechtmann, and Kurt Wüthrich. Enjoy the conversation.
Thank you, Bernd, for this introduction. To everybody attending this panel session, it's a great pleasure to be with you. Of course, first of all, a big thank you to David Ungar-Klein for bringing us together at this wonderful Vienna Congress under very challenging conditions. A very warm welcome, of course, to our panelists, who just gave us a splendid warming up with their impressive accounts. And I think this sets the stage, I think, for a very lively discussion. And of course, I think it is a topic with different aspects, many connected aspects. First of all, of course, the fight against COVID itself, but also about the future of science. And that means also talking about the science of the future and about living with uncertainties in the scientific know-how, which is, of course, very important also in our dialogue with the policy makers in terms of science for policy advice and regulation, both on a international level, European level, but of course also on a national level. And I would like to start off by asking Dan Schechtmann about what he sees as the role of curiosity-driven research, creativity in this endeavor, because he has pointed out basically that we harvest on sometimes in these cases, especially on the research done many years ago, and on unexpected discoveries. And of course, he made himself some discoveries which were completely unexpected and were first, let's say, welcomed with some skepticism. So I think he is the right person to start off on this point.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. You know, let's start from a different point of view. When you decide who is the right person to get into a good university or into a good school or into a high position, you look at documents that gives you the grades they received in high school or in university and so on and so forth. What does it mean? Probably nothing. It means that that person, boy or girl, had enough patience to do the homework and knew how to repeat what they were told in the classroom. And nobody ever measures creativity. or curiosity. And these are the most important people. Those people who are very curious and very innovative. And these are the most important people. These are the people that make discoveries. Not necessarily the best pupils in the high school or in the elementary school or whatever. No. These are the innovators. We have to find a way to find them and give them very talented teachers. This is about education. I think that whatever is possible today in controlling the coronavirus pandemic came out in the very beginning from curiosity, from innovative thinking, and from performing experiments which are not relevant, just for the sake of knowledge. This is the core of science. Do not think about applications. Yes, you will get, we are all, at least all the four people that you see here, are all quite well educated and well known and with achievements. And we all worked on research budgets. And the research budgets do not ask you to make a discovery. They ask you to study something or to develop something very practical. But we cheat. We take that money, we do what we were told to do, and we do something more. You see, I made a discovery of quasi-periodic materials when I studied rapidly solidified aluminum manganese alloys. This is a subject, this is a project that was supported by DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, during my sabbatical in the United States. And my sponsor called me to his office in the, whatever it is, doesn't matter now, and he told me, hey, Danny, you wrote a very nice proposal, and I challenge you to do exactly what you proposed to do, but do me a favor, run wild. That sponsor knew me. He knew that I will run wild. What does it mean practically, okay? I'll tell you, give you one example. I worked on aluminum transition metal alloys for aerospace applications. I took aluminum and added 1% manganese. Can be useful. 2%, yeah, maybe useful. 5%, maybe useful. 10%, no, not useful. Mechanical properties are 0. 15% is a powder. 20%, 25% has no practical value. But the phases in these materials were very interesting. And when I reached the composition of aluminum 25 weight percent manganese, booms, there it was. And the study was done by transmission electron microscopy. All my studies were done by transmission electron microscopy. Okay, totally useless material. But there it was. And that opened a new field in science. And I know for sure that many discoveries are made this way, by chance. Usually, you don't look to make a discovery which will shock the world. You want to do very good work, a systematic job and everything, but you are not looking to discover something that was never discovered before, but it happens. Of course, there are studies that are well designed from 0 to 100 in order to determine, let's say, the structure of RNA messenger or the structure of DNA, something like that. Yes, these are very well designed experiments, but very many discoveries are made by chance. Okay, what does it take to make a discovery by chance? You stumble upon it. Did you make a discovery? No. You have to realize that what you stumble upon
is something that was never seen before, is something that's forbidden, in my case, forbidden by the laws of crystallography. You have to realize that. So, what does it mean? It means that you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared, and you have to be an expert in something. And when young people ask me, what should I study? And I tell them the following. And I speak, as many of you, I'm sure Kurt and Tim speak to many young people around the world, many of you. I tell them the following. Choose a subject that you like and try to be number one in that subject that you like, whatever it is. You're now in high school, you like physics. What subject do you like in physics? You like thermodynamics? What do you like in thermodynamics? You like electronic materials? Whatever you want. Try to be number one in your classroom. Try to be number one in your school. Try to be number one in your city. And today, you can do that like never before, because all this information is available on the internet. Today, you can call a professor in university and ask him a question, and he will answer. Well, professor communicate with people. And professor like to help curious young people. So, this is my advice. Choose something that you like and become an expert in it. If you want to play saxophone, that's fine with me. But try to be number one. Okay? Whatever you do, whatever you choose, try to be number one. This is advice. And I tell them, I promise you, if you are number one in any subject that you like, you'll have a wonderful career in your life.
Thanks so much, Dan, for transmitting this message to us and also for sharing with us your passion for science. I like now to move on to Tim Hunt. I had the pleasure to be with him for several years in the Scientific Council of the European Research Council, funding what we called frontier research. And of course, the mantra was high risk, high gain. So I'm pretty sure that Tim has some specific views on this matter.
Yeah, well, I mean, I couldn't agree with my colleagues more, actually, and especially with Dan, because, I mean, actually, you know, the business about discovery is, in my view, is that if, you know, it isn't a discovery if you already knew what was going to happen, right? Obviously not. I mean, so a discovery almost by definition has to be something that you didn't expect. Otherwise, it isn't a discovery. And so this makes it very hard to plan. You know, in my experience, I mean, I'll give you a funny example. At one point, I was a postdoc in New York, in the Far East Bronx, in Albert Einstein College of Medicine. And my research, I was sort of stuck. You know, I didn't know what I was doing. So I thought I'd start a little project on the side, and I was going to translate poliovirus and map the genes in poliovirus. So I found that there was somebody on the third floor of the building where I was working with was growing poliovirus. So I got some poliovirus RNA and it didn't translate. So I reasoned, well, I was trying to translate in a system that was derived from immature red blood cells. And I thought, well, red blood cells don't get polio. So obviously there's something missing and we need to take some extract from cells that do support poliovirus. So we'll get some poliovirus infected cells because they're obviously making, they must have the factors necessary to translate the poliovirus messenger RNA and add them in, and everything will now work. So I did that, and to my astonishment, the control extracts had no effect whatsoever. And poliovirus didn't get translated, but the poliovirus infected extracts, far from stimulating protein synthesis of polio or anything else, actually inhibited synthesis. And that was very weird. And moreover, the way the inhibition took place was very familiar. I've been studying in a different context. That's where I got stuck. So what was it that inhibited the system? Well, it had very curious characteristics. It didn't appear to be DNA, it wasn't RNA, and it wasn't protein. And you could boil it and it still worked, and it was very big. And those characteristics sounded bizarre, and we couldn't understand them at all, and it made life very hard for a bit. But after about 6 weeks, I realized that actually there was one molecule that we hadn't ruled out by this, because we'd excluded the possibility it was RNA by using an enzyme called ribonuclease, which digests RNA. But ribonuclease does not digest double-stranded RNA. And in fact, double-stranded RNA is what the poliovirus uses during its replication. And so what I had discovered was that tiny, tiny amounts of poliovirus double-stranded RNA inhibit protein synthesis. And eventually we discovered that they do so by activating a special protein kinase, which is now called PKR. And the reason I tell this is this was complete, I mean, it was totally playful thing. I mean, it was a complete side project. I had no, you know, I mean, the fact that this inhibitor showed up was totally unexpected. And it has ramifications down the line, because it turns out that when these messenger RNA companies were trying to make messenger RNA, one of the problems is that the enzyme they use to make the messenger RNA makes tiny amounts of double-stranded RNA, and that is very bad for the thing. And one of the triumphs, in fact, of the production of this vaccine mRNA is a purification step, which gets rid of these tiny amounts of double-stranded RNA. So I like to think that I sort of made a teeny-weeny contribution to the thing, and it was totally by accident. I mean, it was that wasn't planned for at all. But that's in the very nature of discovery.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful that you give such a beautiful illustration of the unexpected discovery. It reminds me to the research by Katalin Karikó from Hungary, who
yes, indeed,
also made a very important contribution, of course, to this vaccination in the vaccination domain. And by the time there was an impressive interview with her on CNN.
Oh, really?
Where she also shared with her passion and again stressed the unexpected nature and the accidental aspects in the whole thing. And also she was declared, let's say, well, not exactly insane, but there was a lot of skepticism, and this
really
reminded me again to the discoveries of Dan, who also came up with something which was again a little bit against the paradigm. Kurt,
I was delighted, by the way, to see that she recently won an award from Brandeis University, the Rosenstiel Award, which is great news.
Wonderful. And Kurt, you stressed the importance of long-term vision in the research. Basically, something that is sometimes missing in, let's say, in the short-term agendas of the decision makers, but also with some funding agencies. Could you share with us your views on this? Basically, also on the basis of your experience in different places in the world, Switzerland, Austria, the United States. What can we do better here?
Well, let me first make a comment on the subject that has been raised by Tim Hunt. Not primarily by Dan Shechtman and also by Tim Hunt. My research went along very different lines from what they described as their big moment. In 1968, I made an observation which convinced me that one should be able to determine macromolecular structures in solution by NMR. This was impossible to do. It is impossible to get a sharp picture of an object that is under Brownian motion in solution. It's impossible. It took us 8 years to find out how to get around this impossibility. 2 more years of not just making unexpected observations, of just doing it on a small scale, and then another 6 years to make it practical. This included about 100 people a close collaboration with Professor Ernst, who also got a Nobel Prize for these achievements. And so and about 20 theoretical physicists who discovered how this impossible situation could be overcome. So this is a very different very different way of doing science from having an unexpected observation someday and making a breakthrough in this way. Of course, a breakthrough comes after the method is developed. Today, there are 15,000 structures solved by the method that we then solved after 15 years of work. Now, when we now consider the situation with the pandemic today, I think I just want to make one statement, which is that, and that is mostly now an observation in Switzerland, but it applies to all other countries except probably China and Korea and Japan, that scientists are not listened to. And the scientists get into politics. We have a task force in Switzerland which includes all sorts of specialists, all the way from religion to theoretical physics. They speak out individually. They are not listened to by the government. I'll give you a striking example. One member of this task force warned in mid-September, I think it was September 14, that we were again in an exponential growth of infections. Within 2 days, the politicians in our government allowed participation of thousands of people at sports events. And during the first week of October, there were 17,000 people attending a football game in Basel, 12,000 people attending a football game in St. Gallen. During the same week, another eminent member of this task force said, "Die Situation sieht jetzt wirklich gut aus." He said, "The situation is really excellent today." 1 month later, the number of infections per capita was 4 times higher than in the United States. You see, and this is really a mess. I mean, in the United States, of course, the behavior of the Trump government was just a bad joke in this way. But it illustrated pretty much what has happened all around in the Western world. I compare this to the way that the mad cow crisis was conquered 18 years ago. There, I give you again one example. We had a scientific meeting on mad cow disease on the Lake Annecy in France, and then President Chirac gave a press conference and made statements about mad cow disease. The reporters took a bus and drove straight from Paris to Annecy, where we were, and listened to us. The next day, Le Monde reported, Professor Wüttrich pointed out that the statements of President Chirac are all wrong, in a rough translation. 6 months later, half the government of France had to listen to us when we talked about BSC. And then they were scared, just as everybody is scared today. But they listened. And within about 2 more years, there was no more BSC. And there has never been BSC again since. Today, the situation is completely different as far as I can see. Mm-hmm. Governments don't listen. It's hearsay. It is anecdotal evidence that is being used, and so on.
As Tim mentioned, the combination of painstaking science and wonderful engineering, that mix is very, very important. We have heard about the importance of unexpected discoveries. You also mentioned the importance, let's say, of having a long-term view and let's say, a continuous, ongoing research with a long-term horizon. Coming back to that question, what can we do better in terms of setting the stage for handling this type of situations we are in today, unexpected crisis that need basically a robust scientific base? Apart from, let's say, the social aspects, the aspects of in terms of managing such a crisis, but let's say the science evidence base. How can we do better?
Also, well, you know, Siet, if I might comment on that, the situation in the UK, which is doing almost as badly as the US in terms, by any measure, except in the rollout of the vaccines. We're not as good as Israel, but we're doing much better than anywhere else in Europe, I believe. When I say we, it's not me, I'm miles away from them. But the point I'd like to make is that there, I gather, I mean, right early on, Mr. Johnson, our bizarre prime minister, was saying, you know, we're being guided by the science. And indeed, they had committees of scientists, leading scientists, who are, you know, pretty respectable people, making advice. And I can only assume that the scientists disagreed among themselves, that they did not speak with one voice. So I think you have to be a little bit careful. I mean, you have to choose your scientists to come up with the right answers. And you know perfectly well, Siet, that not all your colleagues will agree with you on every single point you raise. Right? So the science and scientists are human beings, and they have their prejudices and their opinions. And in this matter, both in virology and in immunology, it's terribly, terribly, terribly complicated. And I think it's pretty hard to be sure, actually. So there's room for a lot of divergence of opinion. And well, as I mentioned, I mean, when it comes to social sciences, well, all bets are off. I mean, in retrospect, you say it's obvious we should have closed the pubs. It's obvious we shouldn't have had that horse racing event. It's obvious that you shouldn't go on, what was that cruise ship that temporarily came into Okinawa and then ended up in Tokyo, you know? I mean, so I don't know what the answer is. It's certainly not a sort of Trumpian approach in saying this is all nonsense, it's not a bad disease. I mean, that's ridiculous. But I think, you know, it's not all science.
This brings me to the point of, let's say, living with the uncertainties. The scientific base is not always complete. There are gaps in the knowledge. Insights are evolving also during the handling of a crisis. You see that in several countries, what was first taken as the, let's say, the best approach, subsequently on the basis of new insights was modified. How do you see that? Let's say, what can we learn from this? Also based on comparisons between different countries. Tim, you have the experience, let's say, from Japan and the UK. Kurt has the experience from, let's say, Europe and the US. Dan has the broad view from Israel, but of course also through his cooperation with many other countries. How can we basically do an optimal job, on one hand, to feed the decision makers with, let's say, things which are important to know, and at the same time also basically making them aware that on some aspects where decisions have to be taken, the optimal insights might come a little bit later.
Yeah. Well, can I just say one thing very quickly, which is that, I mean, we still, I think, do not understand why Japan has suffered so mildly so far. I mean, as I mentioned, there's a difference of 25-fold in the possibility and the chances of dying in UK compared to Okinawa. I mean, that is a huge factor. And I really don't think we know why.
Good diet?
I don't think so. You know, in Okinawa,
healthier people. They keep distance, you know. I don't think Japanese hug and kiss in the street. I have never seen anything like that.
They don't shake hands, actually. That's one thing they don't do. So maybe this contact business is important.
Yeah.
They bow, right?
They bow, but they don't hug or kiss.
And they do wear a lot of masks also. I mean, as you rightly said, they always put on a mask if they've got the slightest feeling slightly under the weather. But I don't, you know, when there's such a glaring discrepancy, is as far as I know, unexplored and unexplained. And that's pretty extraordinary, actually.
Kurt, what are your views on this?
Well, I'll say a few words on that. You know, the people that have the right information or the best information, maybe not the complete information, but the best information are the scientists. Yeah. These are the experts, but these are not the decision makers. And in most countries that I know, scientists are not appreciated by the decision makers. In my country, scientists have no effect on the decision makers. We don't have divisions. We cannot affect who is going to be the leader. We are very few and far between. So because we don't have any political power, in my country, they don't listen to scientists. They don't. Of course, there are scientists which are directly working with the health system. These are the health system official appointees. These are the heads of different divisions in the health system. But you see, they give the good advice. But the politician will not take the good advice for political reasons. Because the good advice in my country means don't isolate everybody, isolate the place where the pandemic is roaring. But those people who live in those places, these are the greatest supporter of the government. So the government will not do anything against them. So now there is a closure, a curfew, whatever you want to call it. We cannot do almost anything. But I live in a city near Tel Aviv now. I also live in Haifa, which is far away. I live in a city in which there are almost no cases. Still, we have to obey the same rules as those people that support the government. Fact is, we do obey the rules. They do not. Okay? Go figure. I think that we are fighting against the politicians a lost battle. We don't have the power and we don't have the way to influence them in any way. What we can do, we can talk to the public. And the public sometimes listens. And the media sometimes give us the stage to talk to the public. I can tell you that I'm going to make a series of 4 interviews in my salon, in my living room, in the next few weeks. I will interview somebody you know, Aaron Shechanover, who is a Nobel laureate, about personal medicine. I will interview a cancer leader who will talk about the connection between cancer and microbes in our digestion system. This is unbelievable. Microbes in our digestion system have effect on cancer. And this is a very fascinating subject. The third talk will be
miracles in treating heart diseases, a modern development in that. And the fourth one will be with Ruth Arnon. You may not hear about her, but she is an expert in vaccination. We will not talk about the coronavirus vaccination, or maybe it is in the background, but we'll talk about the principles of vaccination from historical point of view and so on and so forth. Why am I saying that? Because this will be broadcast. This will be heard by very many people, and it may affect them. All I want them to do is to wear masks, okay, and stay away from each other. That is the message, and wash your hands from time to time. I mean, at least once a week. It will go something like that.
Oh, but that's wonderful then, because here you, of course, are building on long-term experience. You did this bringing science to the schools already for many years. So you didn't start in this crisis situation from scratch. So you know how to reach them. And of course, we need more ambassadors for science like you. It's very clear that for the politicians, this is also an important aspect to also put them, let's say, under pressure from that side. Apart from that, it's very clear what you stressed is the importance of independent scientific advice. Having advice from people who are not on the payroll of the recipient of the advice. And we see there important progress in Europe with the European Commission, who has established a scientific advice mechanism right about that, with a group of 7 chief scientific advisors who draw upon evidence review reports by the academies in Europe, so-called disinterested parties, because they are not going for their own interests. They serve in an independent way. That brings me back to Kurt. Kurt, what is your vision on this aspect? Also residing in a country where the previous president was not waiting for independent scientific advice, but where all the appointments by the new president point to a dramatic change in this respect, bringing science back, also closer to the political arena.
Well, you referred to the United States.
Yes.
I'm a Swiss citizen.
I know.
Go to the United States to work on, among other things, on SARS. Let me just throw in a couple of remarks, which are not in line with what have been discussed so far. China has a big puzzle to start with. I told you that I was in China from January 18 to 24. During this week, 500 million Chinese citizens traveled around the country. Of these, 5.5 million individuals from Wuhan traveled into other parts of the country. Nonetheless, there was no significant spread of the disease into parts of China outside of Wuhan. It is a complete puzzle to me how this was possible. There's a second remark again on China. They eliminated the disease, essentially, by just locking people up in a very different way from what we are doing here. They really locked people up, and people would control each other, and there was no way they stayed in their rooms. That's not very pleasant. That's why I have not gone back to China, because I would have to stay locked up in a hotel room for 2 weeks. And some of my colleagues have done so. Now I give you just an example. I'm in contact with my student. I have 10 graduate students in Shanghai, which work with me. About 6 weeks ago, they had 3 cases of the disease with workers at the airport. They think that it was introduced with FedEx messages from the United States. Let's leave this open. But what happened after these 3 cases? They happened within the area where my university is located. 5 million people were in a lockdown for 3 weeks. My students could no longer leave campus. They were again locked in on campus. Who was not in could not get in. Who was in could work and not get out. 3 weeks later, there was no disease anymore in Pudong. That's the area where it happened. You see, what our politicians cannot do and don't dare to do is to react early. Before there is a catastrophe, they do not dare to act. This is a very big difference to the way things happen in China. I do not take values here, I just state what the difference is. And the third comment I want to throw in is that modern architecture wants to compact living quarters. There is a very strong move among architects to compact living quarters. This is an absolute disaster, considering this epidemic and potential future epidemics. Not to speak of the fact that millions, billions of people now live concentrated in city areas of 10 to 30 million people. It's an absolute disaster. And we have to look forward. We cannot just look to what happens until the end of February, where the next measures of the Swiss government will expire. We have to look ahead. And if we want to keep this compacted living, then we have to absolutely make sure that, as I mentioned before, that airflows are disinfected, that areas that are often touched by people are disinfected on a routine basis or completely eliminated. And if we do not look forward in this way, then this pandemic will flare up at the first occasion again, and the new pandemic will cause the same havoc as we have just endured it with SARS-CoV-2.
Thank you, Kurt, for drawing our attention to these points. I think this architecture point and this infrastructure at large, that is really a point that is very rarely discussed. And I think it's very important that you come up today with this forward-looking aspects, which require, of course, already to think about different scenarios for planning and for the functioning of the system. This morning, at the opening part of the meeting, the role of R&D labs in companies was also stressed by one of the speakers. Of course, this is a field where, of course, we all know the importance of the pharmaceutical industry. We all know that, of course, in the last decades, in particular in my domain, which is more the energy domain, many companies basically have reduced their research efforts, whereas in the past, some of these very big multinationals also in the Netherlands were basically very prominent also in even in basic research. For the president of our Royal Academy was the director of Philips Research. We have seen that, let's say, in the last few decades, some of these diamonds, like also the Bell Lab, were disappearing. And now we see basically that these topics require also a intensive cooperation and a joint effort, of course, each with a different role between, let's say, the public sector, the academia, and the industry. What are your views on this issue? Maybe I should start with Kurt.
Well, I worked at Bell Labs, and you need a lot of money to run a place like Bell Labs. You see, I mean, Bell Labs is being idealized. This was just beautiful. Everything was there, no grants to write. And everybody, I mean, you cannot do bad work if you are surrounded by 200 stars in their field. You see, it's not possible anymore today. The money is currently not around. Everybody is cutting down on such a. You see, Bell Labs was just the forefront. I mean, we couldn't work there for a long time in full freedom without producing anything. I was studying by blood when I was in the telephone company. The boss said, well, if we study biology, we learn a lot because there is better communication in biology than by telephones today. And of course, he was right, but still, you see, but it was the forefront from a huge empire which was doing work for the army, for the navy, for the air force, a lot of restricted work. That you also have to see when you mention Bell Labs. You see, in the small ways, Siba Geige in Basel also had a group of physicists at one point. They entertained about 20 theoretical physicists just for the fun of it, more or less. Today, this seems hardly possible. But that's just the way it is.
It was interesting that this morning, from the industry itself and also from the consultants dealing with the industry, there was a plea to come back to a strong R&D efforts and specific R&D labs in the companies.
Yeah, but you see, when I have experienced the spirits in startups, I mean, the work in there is of an intensity that is very difficult to establish in a large company.
Okay.
I mean, this is. I mean, for me, this was you see, we knew there was money. I didn't work there. I was just. I mean, the easy part of the advisory board or part of the founders. But I never worked in a company. But I watched, and the enthusiasm of the mostly young people in there was just overwhelming. They knew we had 24 months. If we don't get somewhere, it will be gone. And of course, 8 of 10 fail. Yeah. But if the big ones look at those 2 that do not fail,
okay.
You see what I'm talking about. And that's what's happening. You see, I mean, I remember that Hofrosch had bought a startup from the ETH, which had been in operation for 3 years and had 22 employees. They bought it for 280 million Swiss francs. And 2 years later, I was at the festivity sponsored by Hofrosch at the Lucerne Music Festival, where they celebrated the fact that a product was already on the market that they bought with this company.
Interesting and fascinating. Then
can I ask?
There's a lot of innovation. And what are your views? I have seen a lot of innovation linked to universities in Israel in my field, where people started companies.
Actually, most of the innovation in Israel is done by people out of the university system. Israel has a huge number of startups, and I think just medical startups, I think we have about 1,300 medical startups.
small companies that develop their own ideas. Who are these people? These people came out of the military as specialists in cyber, war, defense, and so on. These are people with university education, but these are very bright people with good ideas that start from nothing. Usually they start from nothing and get some money to start a business. So, of course, most of these companies will not succeed. But what happens is, even the company doesn't succeed, the people that run the company gain a lot of experience. And when they join another startup, they are an asset to that startup. So I know a few of these new startups. They do amazing things. I know about one startup that solved the problem of you take a very small blood amount, 1 drop of blood, and it will give you the full analysis. You don't have to stick here and take a bundle of containers of blood. 1 drop, and he will do the whole analysis. Now, there was a company in the United States run by a lady, I forget her name, in California somewhere, who was able to get billions of dollars invested in her, and she failed doing that. And she was bluffing her way. And here is a young man. I know him since he was a boy, since he was a baby. He's the son of friends of mine. And he solved this problem, and he has this startup, and hopefully he will do a great job. I know I have many other startups. But let me tell you about something they do nowadays. I volunteer into a large hospital in Israel to encourage intrapreneurship. This is entrepreneurship within an organization. It's a subject that I have been talking about around the world for quite a few years. And you know that I was teaching entrepreneurship for so many years. For more than 30 years, I taught entrepreneurship at the Technion, my university. But I realized that most people are not entrepreneurs. Most people will work for a company, for an organization. But they can be innovative within the organization. So this is what I'm going to do in this hospital. I just started in the beginning of this month. And my team was just appointed, so I cannot tell you about any results. But this is what I'm going to do. And I spoke to a few people, and I want to tell you, they have so many problems to be solved. I think that hospitals are the best source for problems to be solved. Most of these problems can be solved by engineers, by scientists, by people with good ideas. Most of them can be solved. When I was teaching entrepreneurship at the Technion, many students asked me, where do I get the idea? And I told them, go to a hospital, talk to the doctors, ask them, what is your problem? Let me solve your problem. All right? This is a very good source. I look forward, next year in this conference, I will tell you some results. I'm really enthusiastic about it. They offered me a salary. I said, no, I don't want any salary. I want to do it voluntarily so that I'm free. I am appointed, I have an appointment there, but I don't get any salary for this. I think it's a wonderful, it's an amazing job for me to do because I'm so curious and so willing to help them do the things right. And if we solve a few medical problems, hey, that's an important contribution. Okay, so this is something that we scientists can do. Howard can do it, and Tim can do it. We all can do it. We are known people in our countries, and we can go and talk to people and convince them, voluntarily or not, to innovate, to solve problems, to seek problems for innovation. The most important thing is to find the problems. Right? As an engineer, I am a mechanical engineer by education. Later on, I went to science. As an engineer, I'm telling you, every engineering problem has a solution. We have to find it. But the assumption is that there is a solution and I have to find it. I'm not talking about psychological problems. That's a different story. But mechanical problems, instrumentation problems, the basic assumption, there is a solution and my job is to find it.
That's wonderful, Dan. Talking about hospitals, of course, now we should go directly to Tim, who has some direct experience with
well, first, maybe you should add a comment about this R&D business, especially in pharmaceutical industry. The big companies nowadays have portfolios of investments in startups. See, it is not, they just don't do it in their own building. They have, as Dan said, there are hundreds and hundreds of startups in Israel, the same in the States. In Switzerland, we are small, so we have much fewer, but more successful ones usually. That's the statistics which said so. But this is a portfolio that's largely held by big pharma in as far as pharmaceutical research is concerned. And that has to be considered when evaluating the extent of expenditure for basic research.
Yeah, that's an important point. Thank you very much, Kurt. Now I'd like to move to
I wanted to
the hospital.
I wanted to ask Kurt a question because Roche had that very nice Basel Institute for Immunology, which they closed down. Do you have any insight into the reasons for that? And was it a good thing or a bad thing?
I cannot help you. I mean, this institute got more than one Nobel Prize among its researchers. Why? I'm sorry, I cannot even tell you whether that was an internal reorganization or really closing down. I'm simply not informed. I've never heard.
They closed it. I mean, just everything just dissolved. And it seems a very extraordinary thing to do because it was far from clear that all the problems of immunology had been solved as we see today.
Yeah, I have to pass. I simply don't.
Okay.
On the other hand, the Miescher Institute that's attached to Novartis is still going
That's
strong.
still going strong. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We are nearly at the end of our panel session because time is running fast. But before we close, I like to ask you a final question to each of the panel members. How can we become more resilient to unexpected crises? What can we learn from handling these pandemics for being more resilient to the crisis of the future? Crises have different nature. Of course, we all know things like, let's say, tsunamis, nuclear disasters, volcano eruptions, medical crisis. But there is, of course, a commonality in some of these things. Some are expected, some are unexpected. But of course, a lot of things go wrong in handling them by the moment, let's say, the thing is on the table. Are there some generalities, let's say, that you would like to share with us at this stage, at the concluding stage of this panel, and also, let's say, a statement with a forward look? Tim, you smile.
I would smile. I would say, not my field, sir, not my field. All I would say is that I think it's absolutely extraordinary in retrospect that we haven't faced such a problem up to now during my lifetime. It's absolutely amazing. I don't understand the reasons for it, and I don't think it's an easy problem to say what we should have, what we should be doing right or wrong. Very hard. I'm just glad I'm not in charge of any country.
And in terms of learning by doing, I mean, this is of course.
Well, obviously, I think, as I said in my little speech, I think there is a tremendous need for more experimentation, and it's particularly sort of social experimentation.
Yeah.
I mean, you could take an isolated population, say we're just going to close the pubs, but we're going to allow the restaurants, and just see what happens. That kind of thing isn't done, and I can see why not. I mean, it's probably politically impossible, right? There'll be too many people complaining, unless you're in a sort of totalitarian country.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
Kurt has drawn the attention to the link between this crisis, let's say, and future architecture. There's something similar, let's say, of course, in handling natural hazards like earthquakes. Richter, the man of the Richter scale, always said earthquakes are not killing people, the buildings are killing people. Those countries who have strict regulations on building, like Japan, suffer much less than other countries where basically a lot of unnecessary killing is done by the lack of building regulations, or even regulations forbidding people to build their properties on places where we know they should not build them just because of the subsurface structure. Kurt, would you like to comment on this general issue? Like what can we learn from this in handling, let's say, the resilience issue in a broader sense?
The role of scientists, or the role that is allowed to scientists in the present pandemic, is in no way satisfactory. Those who are listened to are mostly modelers.
Yes.
But I want to remind you that Nature published a series of papers in 2001 to 2003 where these specialists predicted that millions of UK subjects would die from mad cow disease. Nothing happened. There were 284 deaths that were finally attributed to transferring PSC to humans. And this probably was not even true. So there was no epidemic resulting among mankind, you see. And I don't trust these calculations that are being watched by the governments as being science. I don't trust these very much. I think that's where we have a major problem. And I mean, the experience with PSC and those predictions always stays in the back of my mind. I was in the middle of this at the time, and it was reasonably clear that the modeling was based on fantasy facts. And much of this is happening today.
Thanks. Let me conclude with Dan Shechtman. Dan,
Okay.
what is yours?
Let me say a few words about planning for something which you cannot predict, planning for unpredictable event. I live in a country in which the military is very strong. I don't think I'm lucky to live in such a country, but this is unfriendly neighborhood, and the military always is prepared for the unexpected. They do that all the time.
Yeah.
I would recommend that our health system will convene, the leaders of our health system will convene and prepare for the unexpected. They should set a set of goals, a set of strategies, set of tactics to be prepared for the unexpected. The same thing to the education system. Our education system, and I believe the whole world education system, maybe not the whole world, I don't know about the whole world, but our education system is old. It does not cater for future needs. The children all learn the same thing, the gifted and the retarded. They all learn the same story. It is not good at all. And I would like to see panels sitting and discussing and coming up with recommendations. For instance, hey, let's talk about the health system. What is unexpected? Now we know that pandemics are possible. We knew it before. The Ebola was here. Many other epidemics hit us, but they never were so serious as this one. So this is something that tells us, hey, okay, so what do we need for that? Okay, I can give you examples. We have a pandemic of some kind. Now we don't know what it is. What will it attack? Will it attack the kidneys? Are we prepared for a pandemic that will attack the kidneys? Do we have enough equipment to treat that? Okay. Are we ready to do that? Number two, lungs. Okay. Do we have enough oxygen? Do we have enough those ECMO machines that take the blood from the body and oxygenize it through membranes? Okay, ECMO machines. Do we have enough of that? And so on and so forth. Prepare, be prepared. Look at the military. You know how many tanks the military have in every country? They never use these tanks, but just in case, they have tanks. They have airplanes. Okay, we use them, but other countries don't. Military airplanes, just in case, okay? I would like to see the same investment and the same thinking and the same deliberations about unexpected cases in the health system, and the pandemic calls for that. And my own opinion, also the education system. What is needed in the future? Don't tell us about what was needed in the past. What is needed for the future? This is about providing knowledge. Education is something totally different. Education is teaching you how to be a good human being. And that is very important in my country and many other countries. How do you see the other? How do you relate to the other? I'm not going to expand on this. We don't have time. I can talk for hours on the same subject. It's dear to me. Right?
We know.
Okay. So make a panel and come up with recommendations. And the recommendation should have supported data. Supported. Why do you recommend it? Okay. Here's the data. Here's what you expect can happen. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dan. I think we got some very important take-home messages, and I would like to thank the panel for being so open-minded, sharing with us their insights on such a broad range of interconnected issues. So Dan, Tim, and Kurt, many, many thanks, and I'm pretty sure that I'm speaking on behalf of the audience. Also, thanks to the audience for attending this session. And now I would like to shift back to the organizers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, dear gentlemen, for this very interesting discussion. Now it's time for a little break. And we are back at 3:30 to start the ceremony of the Golden Arrow Award. See you then.
Welcome back, and now we're coming to the next highlight of today, the Golden Arrow Lifetime Achievement Award 2021 ceremony. To get us in the right mood, let's watch a short movie. The Lifetime Achievement Award Golden Arrow is annually granted to people for realizing extraordinary visionary ideas in an exceptional manner, for making the impossible possible. To start the ceremony, please welcome on stage Christian Weißenburger, Head of Department, Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology of the Federal Republic of Austria.
It's not so easy with this mask. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy and very glad to be here in this year's Vienna Congress. It was not so easy. It's a strange and different setting to the years before, but I think the organizers, the president, David, all the people who helped them to organize this did a wonderful job, and it's our I think we have to thank them that it is possible to have this Vienna Congress this year again. As the representative of the Federal Ministry, as has been said, and on behalf of Minister Leonore Gewessler, who is the Minister for Climate Action, I'm very delighted to announce the highlight of the Vienna Congress now, the presentation of the Golden Arrows Award 2021. For almost 2 decades, as we have seen in the video before, the Vienna Congress has honored outstanding personalities for their lifetime achievement. The list of previous award winners is long and very impressive. Shimon Peres, Lech Wałęsa, Erich Kandel, to name but a few. The Golden Arrow is awarded to individuals and institutions which were extraordinary in their field of work, in the field of politics, economy, and science. This has never been more important than today. Only our innovative strength secures our future. This applies to prosperity and quality of life. This particularly applies for climate protection and sustainable development. It is a positive sign that the economy in particular wants to break new grounds regarding the challenges of climate protection. This reports the latest survey of the Vienna Congress 2021 among Austrian managers. I think this has been done quite recently before the Congress today. 49% of these managers state that Austria will spend up to 5% of its GDP in climate protection. 68% confirm that climate protection brings more opportunities than risk. 39% would like more incentives for climate protection as incentives for climate-friendly behavior. Another 35% wish for higher investments in research, development, and innovation. Those are very impressive numbers that show that the willingness to choose new ways in order to reach important goals is much higher than expected. And we in the Ministry, responsible for research and innovation, support these approaches and platforms. One of these, such as the Vienna Congress, we show and distinguish new paths. In the fight against the corona pandemic, it is more important than ever to break new grounds with great commitment and high-quality knowledge. This not only applies to vaccines, but also to treatments of people who suffer already from COVID-19. After my speech, my short speech, David will give you the jury statement for this year's Golden Arrows Award. I had the opportunity to look over his shoulder a little bit, and in my point of view, this year's winners of the Golden Arrows are the right choice and a strong signal that we are sending here from Vienna, from Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of this year's Golden Arrows award ceremony, I cordially invite you to support each other's to go new ways and new paths. For innovative strengths in many areas of life, from health to economy and work, as well as climate protection, a topic that is decisive for the future. And I also invite you to join this year's Thanksgiving, which the Congress of Vienna in 2021 is about to make. Take this acknowledgement out into the world, because it is about our lives, our health, and our future. Thank you very much. I wish you a very fruitful and and interesting Congress going. But now I think we come to the golden arrows.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weissenberger. And now I would like to ask David Unger-Klein to the stage to present the jury statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to give you the result of the jury of the Golden Arrow Award 2021. For this year's awarding of the Golden Arrow, the award jury of the Vienna Congress has proposed the World Medical Association on behalf of the medical profession worldwide. The jury justifies this with the extraordinary and indispensable achievements of the medical profession in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, which saved millions of people around the globe. Countless doctors fell ill in the course of the fight against the pandemic. Uncounted had lost their lives. The first and best known was Li Wenli-Liang, a Chinese ophthalmologist, an eye specialist who recognized the danger of COVID-19 at an early stage and warned his medical colleagues about it. He was reprimanded for spreading rumors by the Chinese authorities. He died in the age of 33 as a result of a corona infection. Also in the current vaccination offensive, the medical profession will play the key role in protecting people from the virus and protecting the health of billions of people from COVID-19 through vaccination. The 18th Vienna Congress 2021 awards the Golden Arrow 2021 to the World Medical Association for the health policy and civilization achievements represented by World Medical Association Secretary General Ottmar Kläuber here and its President David Barb online. And together with President Václav Klaus later on, we are honored to award the Golden Arrow. May I ask the Laudatios and President Václav Klaus, as the President of the Vienna Congress and Chair of the committee, to give his Laudatio speech.
Thanks, David. Now I'm delighted to welcome for our first laudatory speech the former President of the Czech Republic, Václav Klaus.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great honor for me as the chairman of the advisory board and the president of the Vienna Congress to be here and to be asked to say a few words at this very moment. I would like to say that the awarding ceremony, the awarding of the Golden Arrows, has always been one of the most memorable moments of our congresses. I myself had a chance to experience this moment 10 years ago. I find the jury decision to honor this year the World Medical Association an appropriate one. I especially appreciate that the World Medical Association received the award, and now I quote, on behalf of the medical profession worldwide. The award rightly belongs to all the doctors, not just to the institution. The award belongs to those who are every day in difficult and dangerous conditions in direct contact with people infected by the new aggressive coronavirus. We all have to express our gratitude to them, and I think that this award is one form of expression of our gratitude. The 12 months between our two congresses, Congress 2020 and 2021, was a very special era of human history. Almost no one living now experienced anything similar to it. We must admit that we slightly irresponsibly assumed that nothing like that can happen. We were wrong. I often disagree with the too frequent use or perhaps misuse of the term precautionary principle, especially in connection with the hypothetical threat of man-made global warming. But with this epidemic, it is different. We should have expected it. The question was when such a worldwide epidemic comes, not whether it comes. The preconditions for it existed. They were around us. We were just too self-assured, and we didn't prepare ourselves for such a situation. To repeat, once again, it was a very nice, very wise decision of the jury to honor people who save lives, to honor people who fight the epidemic, to honor people who contribute to so much needed rapid return to the normal life, to the end of all quarantines and lockdowns. They are saving our lives. We should guarantee that the return to normalcy will not end in a new normalcy characterized by a fundamental diminishing of our freedoms. I would like, at the end, to thank doctors all over the world for their so important services. My personal sincere congratulations go to the World Medical Association and to its two leading representatives who are here with us today. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Klaus. Now it's my pleasure to welcome once again Dan Shechtman, Nobel laureate in chemistry.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is again the highlight of the conference. I have been participating in the Vienna Conference for many years, and this awarding of this award is the highlight of the conference. I want to say a few words about the current situation in the world related to this honor. There are 5 partners to fight the coronavirus pandemic. Number 1 are the decision makers, politicians, decision makers, the people that make the decisions, and the people that handle the money. Partner number 2 is the public. The public can be obedient, the public can be disobedient, the public suffers, and is part of the public who behaves right, survive, live under difficult conditions, but stay healthy. The third party is the health system. This is the health system that are given the prize today, the Golden Arrow today. The health system is doing most of the difficult work to save lives, to treat the injured, to treat the affected people, and to save as many lives as possible. These people work every day, 24 hours, around the clock, for a whole year now, a whole year, just to save lives and treat people. They are really heroes. Then there is the scientific community. The scientific community is that gives the background for the development of future vaccinations and the current vaccinations for the coronavirus. The discovery of the structure of the RNA, the discovery of the structure of the ribosome, these are all Nobel laureates.
and the way they work together, the messenger, RNA messenger, the way they work is science. But the integrators are the vaccine producers. And this is the fifth party in the fight against coronavirus. These are the integrators, Pfizer, Moderna, other companies around the world. These are the people that take all the knowledge, put it together into an amazing vaccine that is truly innovative and it works. And this is really unbelievable. I'm afraid to say that all these five parties will have to continue to fight the pandemic. The pandemic, in my opinion, is not going away. It's going to stay. We will be vaccinated every year. Billions upon billions of vaccinations will have to be produced, and the healthcare system will have to treat many, many people. And everybody has to be prepared for this continuing struggle that affects not only the lives of people, but also the economies and the whole world we knew is different now. Hopefully, we can overcome. And when all these five parties work together, especially the people that get the golden arrow tonight, the health system, we will overcome this pandemic. But it's not going to be easy. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dan Schechtman. Our next laudatorious speaker is Leonid Eidelman, former president of the World Medical Association and of the Israeli Medical Association.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Since 1947, the World Medical Association represents physicians worldwide. Physicians who take care of patients in different countries of the world under different conditions 24/7. In this past year, a new disease has challenged the modern healthcare system. A system that has proven in most countries to be unready for this kind of challenge. However, physicians have been ready to exercise their expertise and to self-sacrifice to withstand this global threat, even when knowledge about this disease has been very limited. Physicians have been acting according to the Declaration of Geneva of the World Medical Association. Let me cite some parts of this declaration. As a member of the medical profession, I solemnly pledge to dedicate my life to the service of humanity. The health and well-being of my patient will be my first consideration. I will maintain the utmost respect for human life. I will practice my profession with conscience and dignity and in accordance with good medical practice. Recognizing this extraordinary contribution, the Vienna Congress organizers and the advisory board decided to reward the World Medical Association on behalf of all physicians who save lives and fight the suffering of millions of people. I am honored and privileged to congratulate the President of the World Medical Association, Dr. David Barb, and the Secretary General, Dr. Ottmar Kloiber, and to express my deep gratitude to all the organizers and the advisory board members, and first of all, Dr. Thomas Schekeres, the President of Austrian Medical Association, and Mr. David Unger Klein, the founder and the beating heart of the Vienna Congress. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Leonid Eidelmann. And now the final laudatory speech will be given by Thomas Zäckeres, President of the Austrian Medical Association and the Medical Association of Vienna. Welcome on stage.
Dear Congress participants here in the House of Industry in Vienna, valued our audience who is attending this unique Congress online via live stream. I would like to welcome you once again, especially those who have connected from other countries via laptop or mobile phone. A warm welcome from Vienna to Germany, USA, Israel. We are now reaching the climax of the two-day Vienna Congress, the award of the renowned Golden Arrow 2021. This award has been given since 2006 to people who realize extraordinary visionary ideas in an extraordinary way and make the impossible possible. The previous winners include a number of Nobel Prize winners such as Eric Kandel, Ada Jonat, Tim Hunt, Mohamed El Baradei, Frédéric de Klerk, or Lech Walesa. This year, the prize is awarded. Word has already got around, and it's no longer a secret. For the first time, not a single person, but an institution, to the World Medical Association. Symbolic for all doctors around the globe, from A for Australia to Z for Zimbabwe, for their efforts in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. We are making a statement of appreciation by selecting the international representatives of all doctors worldwide for this award because of the medical profession, which has performed superhuman achievements in the past year. Let us recall the pictures from China or Italy from the beginning of the pandemic nearly a year ago, when doctors with insufficient protective equipment, without a break, and not knowing what they really had to do with this disease, had to take care of countless patients and often had to make very stressful decisions about continuing or ending therapy. To this day, there is still no calm. There's still no medication against corona. With the vaccinations, we are only at the beginning of the way back to normality. And we hope that we can soon achieve the situation before. As a doctor, I'm particularly pleased about this award, which is for all my colleagues, because with all the media reports on the effects of the pandemic, those who are on the front line of the fight against corona are often forgotten. They are at very high personal risk. And of course, this award goes to all people who give their best in the health and research sectors during these difficult times. They also deserve our thanks and recognition. Therefore, I would like to thank all doctors around the world, and I would like to thank for this award, for the Golden Arrow Award 2021 today, to all health professionals and in particular medical doctors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. SZENARIOS. So now we are coming to the presentation of the Golden Award winner 2021. May I ask David Unger-Klein to come on stage to start the presentation of the winner.
I'm very happy that General Secretary of the World Medical Association, Ottmar Kläuber, is here with us in Vienna in person. David Barb, the President, is online, and I would like to ask Ottmar Kläuber on stage to receive the award and the document.
Thank you, David. It's a very nice moment to be here. Getting too used to it. It's a very nice moment to be here in this wonderful town. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Vienna Congress, the award committee, the organizers, that they have honored the doctors of this world for their efforts in fighting the pandemic. A difficult year is behind us, and the COVID-19 pandemic still has a tight grip on this world. Many of my colleagues have been tirelessly in treating COVID-19 patients. Many of them still do. And it is them and their colleagues of other health professions and caregivers who deserve the honor of being recognized. The workload that has been mastered by them has been unbelievable. The tragedies that they had to witness and often had to endure seem to be endless and often nerve-wracking. Many of them have lost their lives, and many others suffered long-lasting health damage. And yet, we have been learning together. We understood to contain and to cope with the disease. Yes, we are far away from mastering, preventing it, but there is hope. And the new vaccines are our best chance to see light at the end of the tunnel. Now, let me say, there are few things that the pandemic has taught us, sometimes has taught us the hard way. Number one, it is respect for nature. We are far away from controlling our environment, and we have to humbly accept that nature is ruling us. There is no mercy for our mistakes, neither in the pandemic nor in the climate change. Second, our science relies on cooperation. Together, we have been able to work on strategies to mitigate the pandemics and to develop therapies, or at least treatments, and now vaccines. Alone, no nation would be able to cope. No scientist would make the breakthrough. No doctor could provide the necessary care. Cooperation, international cooperation, is the key. And as we progress together, we have to share together, to leave no one behind. No frail person, no frail state. Now is not the time for egotism and nationalism. Stronger healthcare systems are better than weaker ones, and this is number 3. Universal health coverage is even more critical in times of pandemics. High-quality healthcare accessible for all requires proper investment, meaningful financing, and resilient reserve capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past years, we have made some savings in streamlining the healthcare systems for what has been called strict cost efficiency. We have even squeezed some healthcare systems to the minimum with austerity measures. These have been short-sighted economic strategies which have led to a deadly payback with so many lives lost and tremendous damages to our economies. And finally, let me say a word to my fellow citizens. You can help your doctors, you can help your nurses and other caregivers. Reduce contacts, maintain distance, wear masks, follow hygiene rules, and most important, get vaccinated when you have a chance. This is our best and most likely our only chance to get back what is worth being called a normal life. Thank you very much for this prestigious award. I have the pleasure to hand over to the President of the World Medical Association, Dr. David Barb. David.
Thank you, Dr. Kloiber. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be there with you this year, but on behalf of the WMA and millions of physicians around the world, we're very honored to receive the Golden Arrow Award this year. It is without precedent that an organization such as the WMA is a recipient of this award rather than an individual. But perhaps that is fitting, as we can certainly agree that we are suffering through a pandemic that is also without precedent in the past 100 years. This pandemic has impacted all of us very deeply, but also very differently. The risk of contracting COVID-19 has struck fear into the hearts of many around the world. Physicians have been vocal advocates for patients and their colleagues in calling for adequate personal protective equipment, improved access to hospital care, equipment, and life-saving treatments, rapid deployment of vaccines, and responsible social policies to reduce the burden of disease, save lives, and bring an end to this devastating pandemic. However, as it has been mentioned, physicians and other healthcare workers have been in an especially challenging situation. Their very calling and service have exposed them to the risk of COVID in ways that few others have experienced. Physicians have demonstrated their professionalism by willingly placing themselves in grave personal danger by caring for patients with COVID, and often under less than ideal conditions. As a result of this, untold tens of thousands have become seriously ill, and thousands have died as a direct result of their commitment to their patients and society. Receiving this award on behalf of the WMA fills me with deep emotion for a reason you may not expect. You will not see this from the outside, but there are many physicians around the world who do not feel appreciated or supported for the risks they have taken or the sacrifices they have made in caring for patients with COVID. Many are demoralized. Many feel their governments, and in some cases their hospitals, have let them down. Some feel taken for granted or even take advantage of. This Golden Arrow Award proclaims to the physicians of the world, you are appreciated. We recognize all you have done and thank you for the sacrifices you have made. Physicians desperately needed to hear that. It is very gratifying and encouraging, and we will make sure that they know of your appreciation. Thank you so much for that. My sincere thanks to Professor Leonid Adelman for nominating the WMA, and to Mr. Ungor Klein and Václav Klaus and the entire advisory board and jury committee for recognizing the WMA, physicians around the world, and other healthcare workers with this award. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. David Kutscher. He's the official doctor of the Vienna Congress. Welcome on stage.
Thank you. My name is excuse me. I'm so used to using the mask already, it became a part of my face. As affiliated doctor of the Vienna Congress for the last years, it's a very special honor for me to tell my gratitude to all my colleagues in the world for their work, even though we have an unprecedented situation that complicated things, working together with patients in a way that we never had before. I have to mention also that I'm also working as a specialist in a hospital in Austria, and I'm also one of the doctors there at the frontier who's dealing with the situation. The problems we have is that on one side we have to continue the support and supply of our patients in the numbers that are needed. So we are not in a situation where we can afford to have less patients treated just because we have the COVID situation, which is double as hard if you consider that we're splitting teams. So we have like a backup team in home office and one team in the hospital. So we have half the people working there sometimes, but the same amount of patients. In addition, we came to the situation that regulations change often, nearly on a weekly basis, and we have to adapt to that in a timely manner, which is not only producing problems like what do I do with a contact person, how do I keep the hygiene, how do I traffic a patient through the hospital so the patient goes only where it needs to be and has no contact to other people, so we can condemn the spread of the disease. Also, we have a lot of bureaucratic acts that we have to follow and rules and hygienical rules, and still have to maintain the quality of the support for our patients when treating them. This gives us a very complicated situation, and you have to keep in mind that my colleagues work with a mask all day. The mask makes it hard to breathe. The mask creates a heat within your face. It dries you out and it makes you tired. A lot of colleagues say that they're having headaches and feeling tired in the afternoon. This is making the situation complicated, just to give you a quick impression on what is going on. Still, the motivation is high. Everyone wants to help. Everyone's following their ethical rules. And I have to say, I'm very happy that today my colleagues in the whole world, and that's not only doctors, it's also nurses and everyone working there, because we're a group of people that work together, only then it works. Today, this goes to my colleagues, and I'm very proud to be here today and represent the doctors in the world, and I say thank you for that honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kutscher. And now I'm pleased to welcome once again and introduce Alfred Hall, Chairman of the Austrian Professional Association of Management and Consultancy, Accounting and IT, and member of the Advisory Board of the Vienna Congress. Welcome on stage again.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to have the last words before we award this wonderful award, the Golden Arrow. Let me say some words to awards. An award like the Golden Era, the Red Era, by the way, the Konstantinos Award, the Oscar Awards give a light, a direction. They show us where to go. The Golden Era, when David Unger Klein started awarding it, we thought about it, why is it important to have such an award? It's another award, or is it a special award? In this year, where this award goes to a medical association, I think it's really clear we need awards. We need stars where we can think in times like this, where people die, where mothers and fathers die, and we are in a very bad situation. In these situations, we need stars to keep it for us and to know this is the right way. So in this way, I think it's also important to have in the advisory board the right people, not a big number. You have to have experts. You have to have people who knows why this award goes now to the medical association. And our members are more than 20 members from many different professions, and I think we can be sure that we thought about very clear why it is important that with this year, this pandemic year, we award the Golden Era to a medical association. I thank my colleagues that they did a good job. They did the right solution, and I congratulate the Medical Association, and I thank you personally for all the work you have done to get medicine against this terrible corona, that the doctors work many, many hours, day and night, for us to keep us safe. And let me say some words to the mask. For me, it's not a question if you keep the mask. The question is, why do you keep the mask? And if you have no answer, then it's equal if you say, I keep the mask or I don't take it. So I congratulate the winner, and many thanks that you did this very good job to all of us. Many thanks.
Thanks a lot, Alfred Hall, and once again, congratulations to the winners of the Golden Era Award 2021. Now it's time for a little break. We'll start again by 4:45. Till then, enjoy your break. See you then.
Welcome back. Now we are coming to the final topic of today, where we are discussing testing, vaccination and therapies. Please welcome once again Leonid Eidelman, former president of the World Medical Association and the Israeli Medical Association. Mr. Eidelman, we cannot hear you.
Thank you very much. I
Perfect.
hope now you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very general topic and a rather complicated one to speak for 15 minutes about testing, vaccination and therapy. But I will start with testing. And the problem is how many tests we need and where to do it and when to do it. And if you see this table, you see that the best results are reached in Taiwan and New Zealand, where the number of tests per million were not so huge. And on the contrary, the countries like USA and UK, where a lot of tests were performed, the number of deaths per million is incredibly high. So probably we should learn from countries like Taiwan, New Zealand, South Korea, Australia, and Japan, that from the very beginning they decided to take care of epicenter of the regional focuses of epidemic situation, and to perform tests there and isolate those who are positive. And we now have some data, not so robust one, that performing screening tests of population and along with quarantine may be also efficient. And all of us, we rely on reverse transcription polymerase chain reaction, known as PCR, and which is rather sensitive, but we probably in some cases have also false negative results. But the great progress can be achieved if we have point of care testing devices that everyone can test every day, and maybe it will help. And I hope that in the nearest future we will have this possibility of point of care testing available to everyone. About vaccination, we have several types of vaccination. First ones that were allowed for use in the United States and also in Israel, and actually the first place where they started to use Pfizer vaccine was United Kingdom. And besides Pfizer and Moderna vaccines that are based on messenger RNA, we have now adenovirus vector-based vaccine of AstraZeneca of University of Oxford. Probably it will be available in the nearest future. And in some countries, people use CanSivoBio, which is produced by Beijing Institute of Biotechnology. In Russia, they use adenovirus-based vaccine produced by institute named after Gamaleya. And the other vaccine, which is very efficient probably, as well as mRNA-based vaccines, Johnson & Johnson, and we will have different vaccines on our in our possibility. We can choose different vaccines in the near future. It's very interesting, except for new technology of messenger RNA-based vaccine, is Novavax, which is also very close to be approved for use, which is based on the technology of nanoparticles, protein subunit, which is spike protein of coronavirus, like is built in the cell, insect cells. So it's a very interesting technology, new one. And people in some countries, particularly in China, they try to use whole inactivated virus, different vaccines based on this technology. But what I would like to stress is the great success of modern science. If I should choose who is the hero of 2020, for me is healthcare providers, physicians, and if we speak about the field of human knowledge, is definitely science, medical science, because during so short period, a lot of vaccines have been produced. Previous years, we knew that it takes about 7-10 years to produce new vaccines. The first one that was produced rather rapidly was vaccines against Ebola. It took 4 years. Here, less than 1 year, and we have a lot of vaccines, and I hope that most of them will be very effective. But for today, the share of people who received at least one dose, you see, the first place is Israel, and we use only Pfizer vaccine till now. We also have Moderna vaccines, but it is not widely used. And you see the percentage of populations that got at least one dose is very high in Israel, in United Arab Emirates, and also United Kingdom is doing quite well. Unfortunately, many countries are not doing this vaccination program so successfully. But what is the problem? That some people are not eager to get vaccines. And you see here the survey performed by our World in Data organization. And if people in the United Kingdom were asked, would you get COVID-19 vaccine if it was available to you now, so 71% responded positively. And on the other side, you see France, it's only 30% responded positively. And in fact, on the ground, the share of vaccination is very low. The rate of vaccination is very low in France. Actually, I was very much surprised to see that in Italy or Spain, that were very heavily attacked by this pandemic, only 50%, around 50% of people are ready to get vaccines now. In Israel, today's data, I'm sorry, it's in Hebrew, but I will translate you because it's data that was provided a couple of hours ago. We have about 3 million of people that got one dose, and 1,700,000 who got 2 doses. So it's quite a big experience in Israel now. But still, you can see that in Israel, we still have a lot of new confirmed cases. It's on the right side, and unfortunately, I cannot show you. I'm not successful in. You see here, the new quarantine started here. The lockdown, the new lockdown, the third one. We have the third one. It started here, and still the number of confirmed cases rose, and it's still very, very high. You see, if the previous one, the previous lockdown was here, and it took some time until it was effective, and now we see that it's even more time takes, and lockdown is not so effective as it used to be in Israel. And also we see here, here is a lockdown started, and here the lockdown was tightened, and the R number decreased, but still it's rather high. It's still about 0.95 here for quite a long time. So lockdown, this third lockdown, is much less effective than the previous ones. And what is interesting in Israel is that we have different sectors, different parts of populations that behave differently. Excuse me. And you see, it was during the peak of the epidemics situation, it was very different in different sectors. About therapy, excuse me. Therapy is mostly based on supportive therapy, but also we use differently our old means, tools that we use for decades. It's oxygen and it's proning position. You see here a patient on his belly in the intensive care unit. This prone position we try to use in a lot of patients with low oxygen saturation in their blood. And also you see here very frequently used new technique, which is called nasal cannula high flow oxygenation.
Leonid, this is Dr. David Barb. Are you advancing your slides? I'm seeing the same slide that you started with.
David, excuse me, I haven't heard you. Is it the same slide?
That is what I see.
I see on the full screen different slides. I'm not. Maybe some technical staff can help us.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Thank you very much. Do you see this slide, the next one?
We'll continue. Perhaps it is just me.
I'm sorry. I can see here all my slides, and so sorry, David. I'm going on with the presentation. Now I'm out. Okay, so the new therapy that we are working on now and we are using on patients is antithrombotic therapy. Actually, it was from the very beginning. The idea that this disease is very much vascular disease, not only pulmonary disease, not only alveolar disease. And it was very helpful to have the results of the recovery trial from the United Kingdom. And since then, since July, we use in all patients who need oxygen, we need dexamethasone. And the remdesivir is an antiviral drug, which is still in use mostly in the United States and much less in Europe. And now, this month, we got robust data about the efficiency of high titer plasma, convalescent plasma from patients who suffered from COVID. And in case there is a high titer of antibodies, and in elderly patients, we see that it can prevent severe COVID curves. And also now monoclonal antibodies got emergency authorization in the United States. So that's what I wanted to update you about the current situation, and I hope that everyone, all of you, take care and stay healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eidelmann. Next up on stage is Ottmar Gläuber, Secretary General of the World Medical Association.
Thank you very much. And thank you to my past president, Leonid Eidelmann, who gave us a clinical perspective to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm trying a little bit a different view from the learnings that we have made through the year, maybe also at some point a little bit more critical to what we have achieved or what we have not achieved. But let me first give you a few words about the World Medical Association, because I think it's important to understand why there is this organization and what this organization does, to sort in how we represent doctors in this world. And it has to do with the Holocaust Memorial, which we had just a couple of days ago, the Holocaust Memorial Day, because the World Medical Association is a relatively new medical association, and it was founded after World War II. It was founded in the years 1945 to 1947, finally with an act in Paris at September 18th, 1947, and you may recognize this was just 1 month after the verdicts in Nuremberg had been handed down to the Nazi doctors. And the World Medical Association has been founded certainly on the recognition of what has happened, on the abuse of medicine that has taken place in my country, in Germany, at that time, in connection with the Holocaust, in prisons, in hospitals, not only with the Holocaust, but certainly to a large extent. And since then, it is the purpose of the World Medical Association to find a common ground for medical ethics, for the deontology of the profession. And this is certainly still at the heart of the organization. It was necessary to build a new organization. There was one before, but it obviously had not served the purpose and did not live up to raise the medical ethical standards globally. Since 1945, we are the global platform to build the ideas, the rules for the medical practice, but we are not doing this in isolation. We are, of course, looking into the social environment of medicine. We are very much looking nowadays into the social determinants of health. So what are the circumstances which shape our health and the development of our health, or also of diseases? We are an umbrella organization now for 115 national and territorial organizations. That means those are the regions which are represented, and it is already a pretty global spread that we have. So we can actually claim that we are representing the doctors of this world, although some nations are not yet represented by us in our organization. But nevertheless, the pandemic has become one of the challenging factors to rethink what we as a profession do, but also what we as a society do to which I would like to reflect in looking onto those questions of treatment and prevention with a vaccination there. Let me apologize at the same moment that although speaking for a global organization, I sometimes myself fall back into my role as a Northern European. I apologize for that, but sometimes it's unavoidable for me to take this perspective as well. We have at this day, today, at the last day of January 2021, more than 100 million cases of COVID-19, still 26 million, a quarter of that, as active cases. So the number of this pandemic is really at its peak. So far, we have more than 2 million people who have died from this disease or in connection with this disease, and still the number of casualties from COVID-19 or in relation to COVID-19 is still 15,000, more than 15,000 per day. This is a staggering number, which really is shocking. A lot of positive things have already been said today, and I'm certainly very proud to say that it has been a success story to that extent that we have learned on how to deal with COVID-19 patients much better than it was at the beginning of last year. We have some clinical strategies, although, and you have heard that before, we still do not have a medicine against corona, the pill that you could take and can stop corona and its deadly consequences. But we have a vaccine in a stunningly short time developed, tested, and also authorized. All of these are processes which usually take years. For a vaccine, I think the shortest before that was something like 4 years, and now we have it in less than 1 year. This is a success story, and there is no reason to talk this away. But still, let me look on some of the deficits which we have encountered, of the learnings which we have to make. And I'm not saying to blame anything, anybody, any organization. I think it's more a list of tasks that we take from this pandemic, and we have to look into that. And yes, I'm aware of a phrase that one of the famous Prussian generals, von Clausewitz, had said: each strategy ends with the first contact with your enemy. And quite obviously, that is something that is true for an epidemic as well. But I still have to say the COVID-19 pandemic, the last year, is a story of missed opportunities. SARS, Ebola, MERS should have been warning signs. They should have been warning signs that we have to be prepared. But instead, a large part, and especially a large part of the Western world, rested in complacency. Pandemic plans were not more than a piece of paper. Yes, some countries have been better than others. In Southeast Asia, we have some countries which did regular drills, proper preparation, sustainability efforts, material stockpiling, and they have done much better than others. There's no doubt about that. Examples have been mentioned: Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, Japan, who certainly have a better outcome than others. There have been warnings. There have been plenty of warnings that this will happen. It's not that it came by surprise. WHO has, for the past 20 years, tirelessly warned that there will be a disease X that will hit us. They have asked us to do pandemic preparedness, and the same has done the World Medical Association. We have a number of strategic papers that we have produced which warned against this happening, which said that we have to prepare. But neither ours No, quite obviously, those of the World Health Organization led to a lot of preparation, at least not meaningful preparation, which we found out. It has been a lost opportunity for solidarity. The WMA, I said it before, is a global organization, and of course we care for all countries. The pandemic could have been a test for international solidarity. Instead, within days, virtually within days, it turned out to be a showcase for worst examples of nationalism and egoism. And that includes, unfortunately, the European Union, which I find personally very, very sad. Now, think of the pandemic like a fire that is spreading. Would anybody come to the idea to sit in their house and say, oh, these are my buckets of water, this is my fire extinguisher, you don't get this, because maybe I need it? No. You would run out, you would bring it to them and try to stop the fire, because you know exactly that if you don't stop it there, it will come to your house and it will burn your house. It's not much different with a pandemic. Pandemic needs cooperation and needs solidarity. Yes, there is a global program to finance vaccination in poor countries, but is it working? Pledges have been made, but it's difficult to collect the money really. And currently, we all know this, it is the rich countries that are fighting for the first doses of the vaccines. And nobody speaks about the poorer countries, which also may need them. And yet, think of it as a fire that is burning. It will reach us. We have missed the chance to learn how the epidemic spreads. We had a start with lies and camouflage, and an unwillingness from the very beginning to invest in proper scientific surveillance. It would have been not only to test the symptomatic, it would have been from the beginning to look for cohort studies, to see how the virus moves through a population. There was the chance to measure this, to study this. There was a chance from the beginning to learn how the virus changed by regularly, continuously testing for its variations and mutations. It's a missed opportunity to find a science-based vaccination strategy. What we have is something that is based on a fast-scoping literature review. And instead, in many of our countries, we have the data on hand that could be used to precisely determine which strategy would be better in order to save most lives. In Germany, one of the big sick funds has demonstrated this. They have presented it. It's not a theory, it's not something theoretical that could happen. It has happened, they have done this. And yet we are not using it. It's a missed opportunity to understand how our healthcare systems are being financed and how this financing produces problems in this situation of a pandemic. From non-existing stocks of PPE, which we very early recognized, to collapsing supply chains, we have to find that our financing systems are really not supporting the healthcare systems for such problems as pandemics. And finally, I personally would have thought that we also spent a little bit more efforts on developing therapies. It's not that we have no starting point. We have had tremendous success in treatment of the HIV pandemic, and we have 3 decades of learning with that. We could have applied this learning, I think, much better and with more efforts. One thing is very clear, ladies and gentlemen, this will not be the first pandemic, and it will not be the last. Other pandemics will not be avoidable, but I'm convinced we can learn from what we have seen last year, and we should be able to do better next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gläuber. Let's now welcome Stefan Ludwig, Institute of Molecular Virology, Center for Molecular Biology of Inflammation, Westfälische Wilhelms-Universität Münster.
Yeah, hello. I'm very proud and happy to be here, although the environment is not like with any other conference, but I think we have to live with it, these more online versions of a conference. I will take up a point that the previous speaker has made with regard to drugs or cure to the pandemic or to COVID-19. And the title of this session is the testing, vaccination and treatment. I will only shortly mention vaccination. I will not touch testing at all, although we are quite active in testing in our institute. We're doing all the testings for our clinics, but I will not discuss that. I will rather discuss the lessons we've learned on the cause of the disease of COVID-19 to probably find a cure or better cures for the COVID-19 disease. But let me start with vaccination. And I'm very much in line with the previous speaker who said that it is a real success story. So if we face how fast these vaccines have been developed within less than 1 year. We now have 3 vaccines licensed in Europe. We have, these vaccines are quite efficient, they are safe, and they are applied to many people already. So it's more than 100 million of people worldwide who already have received the vaccine. And I think this is a point which is really underappreciated. We should really happy about this, and there is more to come. We have more than 20 other vaccine approaches in phase 3 clinical trials, which probably some of them will be available in near future. So we will have more vaccines in the future, and we will be able to fight this disease with vaccination. However, while vaccination, to my view, is a real success story in the COVID-19 crisis, it's like with humans. Humans have to stand on 2 legs. So to fight an infectious disease like COVID-19, we also need to stand on 2 legs. And one is vaccination, for sure. But the other one would be treatments. It would be the development of efficient drugs. And while there are more than 219 vaccine approaches worldwide ongoing, we also see more than 400 drug development approaches worldwide. And according to the homepage of the BioRender organization, an impressive number of 390 of these 480 are already in clinical development. And the reason for that is probably that a lot of so-called repurposing approaches go on. And that means that drugs which are licensed or in development against other diseases are now used and tested against the COVID-19 disease. And this is probably a very feasible way to do, because a lot of preclinical developments have already done with these drugs. So having all these development processes, why then we do not have an efficient drug yet? So if you look at, for example, remdesivir, which was actually praised in the first place, however, was not very good in clinical trials. It could not rescue severely diseased people from dying. Same things happened with a drug called favipiravir, which is limitedly licensed in Japan. Or also with dexamethasone. Dexamethasone is a very good drug for to bringing down the inflammation in highly diseased patients, but it should not be taken in early phases of the disease, because then you might reduce the immune response, which is actually required to be mounted to fight the disease. And I could go on with many more examples, and probably we have to look at what we learned from the course and the progression of the COVID disease within the last year to design more efficient drugs. And I will come up with a proposal here and mention some examples of that. So if you look at the progression of the COVID-19 disease, there are at least two phases of the disease. An early phase, which is virus-dominated. That's where the virus highly replicates and starts to do damage and makes you sick. However, it's more than with moderate symptoms. And then there is a late stage where the disease is actually not driven by the virus anymore. The virus does not, it was initiated by the virus, but the virus does not play a big role in this late stage of the disease. This disease is dominated by an overshooting immune response, which hits in intermediate stages and get worse and worse. So these are the immune mediators actually, which are induced to fight the disease, but are produced in such high amounts that they would act immune pathological, pathogenic. And if we look at this progress, keep this in mind, this progress in two stages, then it's easy to explain why drugs like remdesivir did not perform very good. Because these drugs like remdesivir, like favipiravir, they actually act as altered building blocks of the viral RNA synthesis. And if they build in, the production of the viral RNA would stop. However, for this action, you need the virus. That means that it only would act in the early stage of the disease, but not in the late stage. And consequently, remdesivir failed to rescue highly diseased people, and there was not a big effect on mortality. It's also can be taken the other way around. For example, dexamethasone targets the late stages, but would be not very helpful in the early stages because you would not like to dampen the immune response in the early stages. So probably, if you think of a novel drug against COVID-19 and a more efficient drug against COVID-19, we have to consider both phases of the disease, and we probably should think of drugs which are able to target both phases of the disease. And indeed, there are examples of that. And I will mention two examples which are actually derived from also something which we learned in the last year, namely from work from a colleague of Göttingen, Stefan Pöhlmann, who showed quite early on that the receptor for SARS-CoV-2 is a protein which is called ACE2, angiotensin converting enzyme 2, which sits at the cell surface, and the virus binds to that and uses that to integrate. And this process of uptake of the virus into cells is further promoted by a protease, by another enzyme, which is called TMPRSS2. And this TMPRSS2 protease cleaves the spike protein of the virus and helps the virus to get into the cell. And actually, these findings have promoted two development programs of new drugs, which are actually already in clinical development against other diseases. And one of these drugs is actually development that happened here in Austria. It's a drug which was developed by Aperion Biologics, and the scientific findings have been done by the very honorable colleague Josie Penninger. And what they actually used is a recombinant form of this ACE2, a recombinant human ACE2, which is soluble. And this drug was already under development against severe lung diseases like the acute lung injury or acute respiratory distress syndrome. But on the other hand, they could show that with this recombinant soluble receptor, they could catch away the virus when coming into the body and block the sites which should act for binding at the cell. And in a similar approach, there's also a compound already in clinical use, which is called Camostat or Foipan. This is in use against chronic pancreatitis in Japan. And what this drug does, it blocks the protease tempress 2, which is required for the spike protein to be cleaved and enter the cell. So again, here we have a dual benefit of the action of the drug. It fights against the virus, but it also fights the overshooting immune responses. Another example is a compound called IMU-838, which is produced by Immunic Incorporated. That they are headquartered in New York, but have their site in close to Munich in Germany. And what they use is a drug which blocks the metabolic pathway that is needed to activate immune cells. But at the same time, this metabolic pathway is also required by the virus to produce new RNA. So again, here these two actions. And a final example, and I have to disclose here that I'm involved in that project. That's from, I'm co-founder and chair of the board of Atriva Therapeutics. And with Atriva, we used the action of the virus to induce intracellular signaling pathways. And we could show that these intracellular signaling pathways, if you block them, would not only bring down virus replication of SARS-CoV-2 and also other viruses, but also bring down the cytokines, the mediators of the strong immune response. So there are several approaches going on which target the both phases of the COVID-19 disease. What they all have in common is they target a cellular rather than a viral factor directly, which may be of great help also in terms of resistance development against the drug. They have these both targets early and late, and they are all driven forward by young and innovative biotech companies and not by the big pharma. And if you would allow me to place here one last appeal, that would be to really support these young and innovative startup companies who have strategies in mind to really fight very specifically the COVID-19 disease. They should equally well support it as done, for example, for the vaccine development to really get a cure against the COVID-19 disease in near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ludwig. And now it's my pleasure to welcome on stage Rolf Zinkernagel, Nobel laureate in physiology or medicine. Welcome. The stage and the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here and talk about something we obviously still don't know enough. And that is all the problems associated with COVID. And if I take a big step backwards or forwards, I'd like to ask, what are the biggest problems we face on this earth? And of course, the biggest problems is not COVID-19. It's basically the human way of destroying the world, and that is immediately and tightly correlated with the question of overpopulation. So, the problem of COVID-19 in our times is not really a medical problem, I think. It's a question and a problem that we as society have to solve, because in contrast to all other infections we have been dealing in the past, 10-20,000 years, COVID-19 kills old people. It doesn't kill young people, or very rarely so. So how are we going to deal with death? Because I think that is one of the limiting factors of our society today. Now, one of the questions mentioned in the program is, you know, where do we stand in terms of resistance against COVID, against evolution of COVID, evolution of humans? And when we look at it from this broader perspective, we easily can state that in the 1900s, COVID-19 would not have been discovered as a discrete disease. Why not? Because very few people would have reached an age above 60. The Romans had an average life expectancy of 18 years. In the 1500s, it was 30. In the 1700s, it was 45. And now, of course, we have 82. Now, I think that is a huge problem, and we all those who went through medical school had an oath of Hippocrates, basically stating, you know, you don't harm patients. Of course, we follow that general rule. But nowadays, medical efficiency and mechanistics and successes have put the situation of this question, how do we harm patients versus how do we help patients, into quite a different light than even 40, 50 years ago. And I think we should discuss these questions. Now, coming back to COVID-19. In very general terms, we know that infections, whether they be bacterial or viral, are of two kinds. They either kill you in 10 days, or they kill you after 30 years. Of course, all the classical childhood infections kill you or can kill you in 10 days. And COVID, you know, belongs to that group. All the others are chronic types of infections that cause degeneration, chronic inflammation, and so on, rheumatoid arthritis and many autoimmune diseases, but also most immunopathologies, that is, disease caused by chronic infections, belong to that category. Now, it is very interesting that we have excellent vaccines against all those agents that kill us in 10 days. And of course, one may ask, you know, why is that so? Because if a virus kills newborns within 10 days, then of course that's the end of that species. Now, we all know this does not happen, and it simply doesn't happen because maternal antibodies transferred to the newborn will cover for immunoprotection for the next 12 to 24 months. So that explains why all vaccines that we do have and that work are vaccines that induce neutralizing or protective antibodies. All the vaccines we do not have would have to be vaccines that protect via cell-mediated immunity in a very prolonged fashion. For example, we don't have a vaccine against leprosy or tuberculosis for exactly that reason. Now, if you look at the situation with COVID-19, it's clear we need vaccines that induce neutralizing antibody responses, and the success of science has been to show, as has been mentioned in the past 12 months, we are capable of making a vaccine that protects. But the vaccine, and this again is very revealing, the vaccine is what I call an egoistic, an egocentric vaccine. Why do I call it this way? Because the vaccine protects the individual, but cannot protect the population. Why? Because for the distribution of mucosal types of infections, and most epidemiologically, if not almost all epidemiologically important infections, start with mucosal infections, and they all start in a part of the body that is not covered by the systemic immune response mediated by immunoglobulins, particularly of the class G, IgG, or IgM. Mucosa are covered by IgA. And if you go through immunological literature, you find that we know almost nothing about local IgA responses. We know nothing about immunity, about long-lasting immunity. We know nothing about vaccines inducing mucosal type of immunity. But we have experiences. Clinically, we know that cholera, a mucosal infection of the gut, can be controlled, but it only can be controlled by periodic, repeated vaccinations of a very, very short type, namely every 2 or 3 months. And we know of all these nice clinical reports that show that colonial type of exposure to cholera in Burma, for example, was survived readily, easily, if the level of reinfection was constant and of low level. And as soon as these people went back to Europe for a year or a few months and got back to their tropical country, they became sick with cholera again. So all the medical evidence shows that to induce stable mucosal resistance or immunity is, from a practical purpose, almost impossible. And there's good literature evidence and long history of many such infections, including, for example, polio, that show exactly and document exactly that. So, today we have vaccines that correspond to what we used to call a dead type of vaccine. Why? Because it's one shot. The RNA infects one cell and produces one type of antigen dose. The recombinant adenovirus vaccine is again one shot. It infects one cell and there is antigen expression, and that is available as a vaccine. But that induces only an immune response in the individual, because all these vaccines are injected subcutaneously or intramuscularly. They will not basically induce immunity at the mucosal level, but they will induce excellent IgG type of immunity, which correlates with the great success that these vaccines protect against the systemic spread of the infection, causing all the diseases and symptoms that have been discussed via this AC2 receptor, which is expressed on all endothelial cells. And the IgG, if induced before infection, is extremely efficient to shorten or to attenuate that type of consequence. And therefore also so-called new types of medicines, such as monoclonal neutralizing antibodies, can do the same, but only if you inject the antibodies before, it's very difficult to catch up with the virus otherwise. And that is a huge problem that is faced by classical pharmacon development. The virus numbers, once it has started to replicate, is so far very, very difficult to catch up with. I don't say it's impossible, but you know what the difference between impossible and highly unlikely is. It's the same. The numerics of a viral and an acute cytopathic viral infection simply makes it practically impossible to catch up with the virus. Retroviruses, we have learned with HIV, it's a different game. So, what is my conclusion? My conclusion of all this is, yes, science has done well in developing this vaccine. That vaccine is going to have an impact, but it protects only against severe disease, and that protects mostly elderly patients. The second conclusion is, even though we will be successful with that vaccine to limit disease, we still will not block very efficiently, somehow, but not very efficiently, we will not block spreading of a reinfection, because it will occur. The mucosa are not really protected. And the third conclusion, of course, is what I started out with. We, not only as a medical community, but as a human society of this world, have to come to grips with severe disease, particularly of the elderly, because in former days, pneumonia, which basically, COVID-19 is, pneumonia was called the friend of the old sick patient. And that, of course, was 100 years ago, but somehow we will have to come to grips with that problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zingernagel. We see you again then on stage at the final podium discussion. Next up on screen, let's welcome once again David Baab, President of the World Medical Association.
Thank you very much. And I am certainly pleased to be part of this conversation this evening. I feel a little bit intimidated by the stature of some of the other speakers, but I believe as a practicing physician, I will be able to bring some perspective to this conversation today that will be helpful and I hope somewhat provocative as we look at how we deal with this pandemic worldwide. I appreciate the discussion earlier about treatment. I think there is much to be done there. There is clearly much opportunity. It is way beyond my level of expertise, but I will come back in a minute to discuss why and how this fits in to our public perception of the science and why some individuals in society have begun to question the science a little bit. I would like to focus perhaps more on the vaccine distribution. Dr. Kloiber has already alluded to some of the disparities in distribution, and I will expound on that just a little bit. But as I said, I would also like to be very practical. We are in a position to have a voice in our respective countries for how the vaccine is deployed, for adequate supplies of the vaccine. I would like to start, if I could, perhaps, I don't know if I can share my screen. Let me try. I want to show just a couple of very brief slides to emphasize my point. With regard to vaccine worldwide, I think everyone is aware that there are many international organizations looking at total vaccine supply and distribution. WHO, of course, is in the center of this, but other agencies such as COVAX and Gavi have been extremely instrumental in identifying vaccine sources and distribution, acquisition and distribution. They have also been extremely effective in providing funds for vaccine acquisition for low economic countries. It is estimated that right now there are perhaps as much as 8 billion doses in the pipeline that would be available this calendar year. Most of the vaccines, as we know, require a 2 vaccination series. So that only covers about half of the world's population for the full series. But it is certainly a start. The other thing that is concerning, of course, is the timeline for that rollout. We still see the number of cases worldwide increasing. I'm going to address that in a moment. So there are more and more individuals worldwide that are at risk, and many are eager to receive the vaccine. Yet much of the vaccine, even the 8 billion doses that we believe now are in development and production, will not reach the public for several months. In the United States, for instance, we are vaccinating about 1.5 million individuals per day. It's going to take a couple of months, even if the supply is adequate, even in a country such as the United States, in which the economics are not the limiting factor. It is the supply that is the limiting factor. And we see that playing out in many other countries. The slide that I am showing is potentially somewhat controversial, and Dr. Kloiber alluded to this already, and that is we are clearly a world economy. There is no question about that. But we also have a world health community, if you will, in regard to this pandemic. None of us is spared. No country is immune, if you will, to the spread and the impact of COVID. And yet this particular graphic shows advanced contracts for the COVID vaccine as a percent of the population in that country. And so you can see, for instance, that Canada, and I'm not picking on the Canadians, they have advanced purchase contracts that would cover their population 4 times over. So clearly enough for 2 vaccines for every man, woman, and potentially child in Canada twice. Clearly they will not need that many, at least certainly not in this first round. And yet you can see a couple of European countries and Australia have slight green shading. And you can see the scale at the top of the page. That's 2 to 3 times their population. United States and Mexico, about 1 time the population. But all of the countries in yellow have inadequate advanced purchase contracts for the COVID-19 vaccine. So we do have a great deal of work to do with regard to equitable distribution, much of which is economic. But I think we also have to admit that there are infrastructure issues in many of these countries that can inhibit not only the acquisition, but the distribution of vaccine. Not all governments work as efficiently as, let's say, some of the developed countries work. Not all of the governments have necessarily their population's best interest in mind. Not all of the governments see the health of their population as a priority that we see it. So while we in the health establishment and the research and development sectors and innovation can help develop and produce the vaccine, we as a world society still must work on distribution of the vaccine and overcoming some of the structural barriers. I want to shift gears now a little bit to distribution, and I'll quit sharing for a moment, maybe. Distribution of the vaccine once it does reach a country. We have all of the previous work to do to get it there, but once it reaches each country, we need to be smart in the prioritization of who gets the vaccine. I think the easy part is to look at those populations whom we know are at risk, and those have been alluded to already. The elderly, we know, have a significantly higher incidence of severe disease and death if they contract COVID. So they are on the prioritization of essentially all countries that I'm aware of. We also know that individuals who are obese or who have a variety of chronic diseases, again, are more at risk for developing severe disease if they contract COVID. So they are also in a higher priority tier in many countries. However, there are some risk groups that I think we often overlook, and we overlook them for a variety of reasons. Number one, a somewhat easy one, is to say, let's look at where the spread is in a country. Let's look at, in the United States, I'll say zip codes or communities in which the incidence or prevalence within a community is higher, in which the death rate potentially may be higher. And we can target, we can distribute vaccine to those communities preferentially, potentially, over those communities in which the incidence is lower or where the demographics are such that their rates of contracting the disease, getting severe disease and death are lower. There are other groups, though, that are more challenging because they are groups that we have historically sometimes turned a blind eye to. And those are groups that already experience healthcare disparities due to their economics, due to lack of ability to travel, due to low health literacy rates, or due to even ethnic background and heritage. For instance, we know that Blacks, Hispanics, and Asians are 4 times more likely to experience severe illness and or death from COVID than Caucasian population. Does it not make sense to prioritize those groups? Does it not make sense to prioritize those who may have difficulty for technological reasons or other reasons to get registered for a vaccine in a given country? I will potentially direct you to an editorial written by the editor of JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, that was posted online just on Friday. And it addresses some of these inequities and disparities that are magnified by our traditional or common thinking about how we prioritize the vaccine in any given country. In the few minutes I have left, I would also like to briefly address what is often called vaccine hesitancy and the multiple facets of this. This is a multifactorial problem, and I'd like to outline what I see, what I hear from my patients, and what I see socially, if you will, in the United States. And it is my understanding that this plays out in many other countries as well. First, we have the pre-existing vaccine hesitancy or anti-vaxxers, which we have to admit seem to be on the rise in many countries around the world. There is skepticism, there is fear of vaccine, most of which is very sadly misinformed, but that is already there. When you add on top of that the vaccines for this disease have been, as we have discussed today, developed in an extremely short period of time, there are many questions raised both about the safety as well as the efficacy of these vaccines. And although we now have experience of multiple tens of millions of doses being given worldwide, and that the severe reactions, anaphylaxis or death, are extremely low, that science doesn't seem to be persuasive in the current environment. There is more skepticism of science now around the world than we have ever seen before. Much of this, at least in the United States, and I think in some other countries around the world, relates to what I have called the political hijacking of science. It is, if it's not the science behind a decision or a recommendation, it is where that recommendation comes from, which political party. And if you happen to agree with the party or the group that's making that recommendation, then you support it. If you happen to not agree with the group or organization that's recommending it, then you don't believe it, irrespective of the science. And then in the worst case, there are what I will call conspiracy theories, which is anti-vaccination paranoia on steroids, as it were. Those who think that there's a microchip in the vaccine, or who feel like that it will cause mutations to one's DNA. And the remarkable number of people around the world that will believe that. This plays out in the United States and in other countries around the world of very low uptake of vaccination. And when I say very low, some of the best circumstances in the United States suggest that even among healthcare workers, we have an uptake of only 40 or 50%. Even among physicians in the United States, the uptake of COVID vaccine is barely 70%. And that's an extremely sad comment, I think. But it also shows that healthcare workers, in spite of their knowledge of the severity of the disease, share some of the same reservations and hesitancies that our patients share. I think the solution to this is to continue to promote the science. In the United States, in the American Medical Association, one of our lines is, "Let the science lead us." And I think we, as knowledgeable, influential leaders around the world, must let the science lead us in this. We must continue to take the high road as we advocate for vaccines. And I will close with one comment that maybe will provoke some discussion during the panel discussion. And as I said, I'm somewhat intimidated by being in the presence of Nobel laureates, but I will offer an alternative perspective to some of Dr. Zinkelnagel's comments about this vaccine being egotistical and that it only protects the individual. We do know that if this vaccine either prevents me from getting it or stops the replication of virus very early because of the antibody response, that I will shed virus at much lower levels and for a much shorter period of time. That does protect my fellow man and women, if you will. That does provide protection for others to some degree. We know now that the viral load to which one is exposed often has a direct proportion to the severity of the disease that they experience. It's part of the reason that masks work. I project fewer viral particles, and if you're standing within the range of my projection of viral particles, you will get fewer if I am masked. So I think, yes, we should take it to protect ourselves, but I think the altruism of many of us, and physicians in particular, is to try to protect our patients, our community members, and those that we love. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barb. And the final introductory note is given by Herwig Lindner, President of the Medical Association of Styria. Welcome on the stage, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to say a couple of words. From the point of view of a hospital employed doctor who treats patients with COVID and this really severe disease, and from the point of view of a member of a crisis management team in Styria Estate here in Austria. 330 days, not even 1 year, was the time span from the first rough sketch by Ugur Sahin, founder of BioNTech, as pointed out himself as Operation Lightspeed on 25th of January to the EMA approval of Comirnaty on 21st of December 2020. The recent COVID-19 vaccine experience has shown us how quickly vaccines can be developed when there is a global emergency and when sufficient resources are available. New ways of vaccine production, such as the use of messenger RNA, have been further developed. This was only possible because research was carried out on related coronavirus for many years before. There were faster ways to produce vaccines. Enormous financial resources were available, enabling companies to conduct phase 1, 2, and 3 trials in parallel. And this would be helpful if the pharmaceutical companies could conduct the phase 1, 2, and 3 trials in the development of treatment of drugs, new drugs as well. And regulatory agencies responded more quickly than usual. A lot of work from previous years has gone into the mRNA platform we have today. mRNA technology derives from oncologic treatment. AstraZeneca does not use mRNA. Instead, a viral carrier contains additional genetic material that codes for the spike protein of the SARS-CoV-2. Teams have spent years researching this nucleic acid transporter. In this case, the company chose a modified form of chimpanzee adenovirus. 119 or perhaps 200 and then is an unbelievable number of vaccine candidates are still in the pipeline. However, the most time-consuming part of vaccine development is not finding drugs, candidates, but testing them. This often takes years. Most of the vaccines we have now took 4 to 5 years to be developed. And the COVID-19 vaccines went through the phases, the 3 phases of the test procedures regularly, but billions in funding allowed the companies to take financial risks by running the test phases in parallel. It is now clear that the development process can be accelerated considerably without compromising safety. The financial resources were only available this time because all countries, including the wealthy ones, are affected by the recent health and economical threat. With public investment of around $10 billion, the US vaccine program Operation Warp Speed represents the largest government stimulus package ever seen by pharmaceutical companies. The mRNA concept is perhaps an impact or a blueprint for HIV and hepatitis C vaccines. Now let's come to the drug development. A lot of positive things are also happening in the field of drug discovery. However, there are still no resounding successes in this area. Hydroxychloroquine, lopinavir, favipiravir and other substances failed. With remdesivir and tocilizumab, we experience positive effect in severe cases. You have to use it early, the substances. Monoclonal antibodies are a promising approach. Convalescent plasma has been used successfully in severe cases. Already 1 year ago, the president of the Austrian Medical Chamber and Frank Ulrich Montgomery, chairperson of the WMA Council, called for an EU-wide registry for therapy data, clinical evidence and experience, which was lacking during 2020. What has the pandemic done to the countries? I'm not going to repeat all the things you can gather from studies, from figures, and from the pages of the WHO, ECDC, CDC, FDA. But we saw that there are a couple of factors leading to success in tackling the corona pandemic, and one of them is to hit hard and early. Velocity is one key. Countries which had an early and hard lockdown performed better. When it comes to prevention, testing, diagnostics and therapy, acting as early as possible is necessary for success. Countries with relatively high amount of capacity resources had much more lower mortality rates. I am talking about the hospital capacity resources, beds, but not only beds and intensive care unit beds, but also human resources, well-educated personnel. You need to have well-educated personnel, nurses, doctors and others. And for tackling the crisis, you need a perfect communication so that the people understand the measures and the advantages of being vaccinated. Countries where government, regulators and crisis management teams listened to the doctors, the virologists, the epidemiologists, performed better in tackling the corona crisis. I want to say that understanding of the healthcare system, the needs of the population, and scientifically validated knowledge are very important. What is dangerous is listening to false experts, false prophets, half-truth, or pseudoscience. Therefore, it is all the more important to always highlight and honor those people who possess true profound knowledge and thus, as in the past, help humankind to evolve and improve. Some of them are here today, and with us online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindner. And now our final panel discussion will be moderated by Thomas SZENARIOS, President of the Austrian Medical Association and the Medical Association of Vienna. Welcome to the stage. And he will discuss how to fight COVID-19 in a better way with David Barb, Leonid Eidelmann, Ottmar Gläuber, Stefan Ludwig and Rolf Zingernagel. Enjoy your discussion.
Thank you very much. Warm welcome to all of you. Please. So, we should discuss how to fight COVID-19 in a better way. And maybe as an introduction, I can tell you what we did last year. We tried to establish a register, a European or worldwide register, in order to learn how to better treat this illness. And we tried to motivate WHO and the European Union to set up such a register, and what's even more important, to promote such a register. But none of the organizations reacted. There are several national and international registers, but none of them are on a broad spectrum so that we could collect many data within a very short period of time at the beginning of the pandemic in order to learn how to improve treatment. Another approach is the treatment approach. We know that developing a new compound, a new drug, takes years. Now, the idea is to use drugs which are anti-cancer drugs, immunosuppressant drugs, and work in a very similar way than antiviral drugs, as we know. They influence the virus replication on a cellular level. Still, we have to get evidence that these drugs might act in a positive way. And in order to do so, these registers or exploring national registers on pre-medication and treatment outcome would have helped. It didn't work because of data safety and other concerns. Another approach would be using natural compounds, which can be administered as drug supplements in order to inhibit virus replication. For instance, as nose drops in order to act locally. That's what Professor Zinkernagel mentioned before, that the vaccination doesn't necessarily or isn't necessarily active on the infection side of the mucosa. So a few ideas, and Professor Zinkernagel, what do you think can we do better? What could be done better? And which mistakes did we do?
Well, you know, it's like always in life. Once you know, it's much easier. What we do know is that we do not have, so far, antivirals for an acute cytopathic virus that kills you in 10 days. And there must be reasons for that. So, if I would have to advise somebody, I would not put my money on antivirals. I certainly would put my money on vaccines. And I think what I called an egoistic type of vaccine inducing IgG and IgM is a very good start. The question whether systemic vaccination of this type can get rid of the problem, as we have heard in a discussion just previously, there are very interesting experiences, and that is mostly with mucosal infections such as poliomyelitis. Because there, two countries, probably more, but two well-documented countries in Europe used only the inactivated Salk vaccine, and that was Finland and Netherlands. And after 10 years of use, Finland had 0 polio. Netherlands still had a few cases of polio. And the explanation is, in Finland, the vaccination was 100%. In Holland or Netherlands, this was not the case because of some religiously motivated extreme pockets in the population. So what we can learn from this is, yes, with an inactivated vaccine, you can reduce spreading, but you have to be vaccinating to a level of 100%, and you have to do it for a long time. So I agree with you, this is not yet finished, but at the moment, I think it would be an illusion to think that the dead type of vaccine we can use would solve all our epidemiological problems. It doesn't.
Thank you. So Israel is an example for a very high percentage of the population being vaccinated within a very short period of time. How are you doing that?
Thank you very much. My pleasure to participate in this panel. And first of all, the possibility of Israel to vaccinate so many people, nearly 30% of population of Israel is now vaccinated, is based on, first of all, the government ordered a lot of vaccines from the very beginning, on the very early stage. The second, and I believe the most important factor is infrastructure in Israel. We have 4 health funds, and all the population is covered by these 4 health funds. And actually, they started this program very early, and it was very available to our population. And the third factor is that Israeli population is in general very much pro-vaccination. And vaccine hesitation is a typical feature of several sectors. And it's very interesting that in those groups of population where the rate of positive COVID tests, confirmed COVID tests, where it's very high, so the rate of vaccination is low. So that's why I also think that vaccination is not going to solve this problem in the next 2-3 months. So it's going to take some time. And during this time, we definitely know that viruses are always mutating. So we have several variants, and probably we will have some variants that will be less responsible to vaccination or can be less prevented. The disease can be less prevented by vaccination. So although our numbers are very high, and I hope that they will be higher in the next 2 months, but still I don't see the end of this epidemic. So, as it was very important to stress during this meeting that we still need more therapeutics, we need more therapeutic approaches, and actually if we have some time later on, I would like to expand how these epidemics change our medicine at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So not even in your country we will reach the 100%, not fast enough, and the virus will be faster emerging therapies and immunization. Yes, who would like to add on this? Please, Professor.
Well, I would like to comment on two things Rolf Zinkernagel just mentioned. And the first thing is that I completely agree with him. I would also not bet my money on antiviral drugs. And you might be surprised to hear that of my mouth because actually I'm involved in a company.
You have a company?
Yes.
You
so I'm a co-founder. And I'm telling this because we have to remember the old definition of an antiviral drug. Actually, an antiviral drug, one of the features of an antiviral drug is that this compound should induce resistance of the pathogen. That's actually the old definition, one of the features an antiviral drug should have, and that means that a real antiviral drug, which really targets the virus itself, the components of the virus itself, would have an intrinsic feature to fail, because it would sooner or later induce resistance. That means that we have to come to a new concept of not antivirals, but anti-infectives. We have to consider several stages of disease. And this is exactly what we are trying. We are trying to find something which uses the dependence of viruses to cells. It's known since many long time that viruses need cells to replicate. That defines them, that distinguishes them from bacteria. But that also means that viruses need cellular factors which they rely on, which they definitely need to replicate. And to target these cellular factors would not only prevent emergence of diseases, but if you are lucky, you may also target stages of the disease that are later on, which the drugs I give the examples of do. They bring down the overshooting inflammatory responses. And so this new concept of antiviral acting anti-infectives, you might tell them, that takes a more holistic view on the things. And there are several examples, and that's also why antivirals wouldn't act on these fast replicating drugs which kill you in 10 days. Because in the late stages, your lung, or if you have a respiratory pathogen, would be so damaged that you have these massive immune reactions, and that is what matters in that phase. So again, I would also not back on real antivirals, but on this new concept of targeting cellular factors which may have different benefits to fight the disease.
So if I come up with a compound which inhibits virus replication and inflammation, you would support me?
That depends on how fast you would, if a real antiviral would follow the definition, then it should, at some point in time, raise resistance
variants. We should talk later. Yes, so we are in a race, and we hope that the virus isn't faster than science and medicine. But vaccination, of course, is one of the key issues. And we learned that several countries are faster than others. What is the reason that we are lacking these vaccines at the moment in Europe? Please.
Well, I cannot speak for the industry, which tells us that there are shortages which have to do with the production, which have to do with the distribution of the vaccines. At this moment, we just have to believe. But I think it is astonishing the speed that we have seen now in producing these vaccines. And not only that, we have completely new vaccines. Types of vaccines which we have not seen before. I mean, even the vector-based vaccines are pretty new. I think we had 2 other products before the COVID-19 vaccine. The mRNA vaccines are completely new, and that is an astonishing development. And quite frankly, looking back to 2005, when we were just after the SARS event, when we were resuming what can we do, we had a world in which there were just 9 companies left which produced vaccines at that time. And there was a very clear demand which was voiced by politicians, which was voiced by the health community, which was voiced by WHO to industry to say there has to be engagement. There was engagement, and we are now in a very lucky situation that we have this very rapid development. This is fantastic. And not only that, it is that we are having tested those vaccines under the probably most strictest rules which we ever have seen for testing pharmaceuticals. It's not that these rules have been lax, at least I can say this for the European Union with a rolling review. It's not that we can say that any safety steps have been skipped. It is really that we have a very much expedited and very fast process to that. So I'm a little bit more positive. I think for also the question of building a therapeutic approach, whatever that looks like, that therapeutic approach, I would not exclude anything. I think there is chance for development. I see this very positive, and I still believe there is enough reason to invest also in the therapeutic approaches that we can make. By the way, investments. I think we still do not understand the value of investments in healthcare and in healthcare innovation. We are investing a lot in saving companies. Some of the companies I really would ask, is it worth all that money? But that is a given that we do this. And for each day of this lockdown, we spent so much money that investing in healthcare and investing in prevention, but also in therapy, probably would be the better deal. It is very clear when it comes to the question of how much do we pay for the vaccination. If we would have been a little bit more bold in paying for the vaccine, at least you can say that for Europe in our countries, probably the coverage would be easier to achieve. And the cost that every day of lockdown produces is probably much higher than the expenses which we would have made for that. So I think we have to relook the question of investment in healthcare, and I would see this much more positive. There's much more reason to believe that investing in healthcare is really something that pays off. The pandemic has shown this quite clearly now, and if you look to other factors like, for instance, austerity measures, which we have had over the past years, the money that has been saved there, we pay now back a multiple of that, what we have saved in the past years. That has not been a good deal. And I think that is something which we really have to remember when planning in the future for investing in new therapies, investing in prevention, investing in vaccines.
Thank you so much for this important statement. President Barb wanted to say something.
So I will echo some of what Dr. Kloiber just said. It would be wonderful if we find a single drug that could be administered at the onset of disease or potentially before the disease began that would take care of the entire problem. That is probably not as likely as finding a combination therapy that could be given, and it might be an antiviral plus antibodies, maybe plus a drug. and that is probably more likely to be the intermediate or near-term solution or approach to this. So I strongly support the comments that have been made about pursuing research in all of these areas. In the United States, our Food and Drug Administration has instituted a program that is similar to the warp speed approach to vaccine development. It's called the Coronavirus Treatment Acceleration Program. And they're monitoring well over 400 studies that cross multiple categories, including antivirals, cell and gene therapies, immunomodulators, and neutralizing antibodies, as well as other medications. And over 30 of those studies are looking at combination therapy. So I certainly think that, at least in the near term, combination therapy needs to be kept in mind. The one other comment I'll make about vaccine, and nobody that I've heard, and maybe I missed it, has used the term, technically, the term herd immunity and what it takes. Dr. Zinkelnagel talked about you need nearly 100% vaccination, which is true. Herd immunity, if you have, let's say, 70 to 80% of the population that has antibodies, will substantially reduce the transmission and the number of new contacts. Does it get us to zero? It probably does not. But striving for that level of immunity, either natural immunity or immunity produced through a vaccine, I think should be at least our interim goal as we roll out the vaccine. The problem in the United States and in some countries is that even if the vaccine is available, not everyone will elect to take the vaccine. So it will be extremely difficult from a practical standpoint to achieve the herd immunity through vaccination alone. It unfortunately is going to take some continued spread of the wild virus before we achieve levels in the 70 to 80% range of either naturally protected or vaccine protected individuals.
Thank you so much. Professor Zinkelnagel.
2 points I'd like to add to the discussion. One is, it's, from my point of view, very interesting that in Africa or in tropical countries, the COVID medical problem is of a completely different, that is, lower priority than in so-called Western countries. That by itself is remarkable and noticeable, because it suggests that other infections, including parasitic infections, worms, malaria, you name it, contributes to a sort of what is called natural or basic resistance, be it via interferons or other interfering types of mechanisms, that seems to be very efficient in an environment where the health expectations are considerably lower. And therefore, my second point, maybe our society has to come to get to some compromises, because 120% assurance of not dying and not dying of a severe infection is simply not possible.
Maybe, but it's obviously not the climate and the weather, but maybe in Africa you have a younger population and they learned how to deal with infectious diseases. Yep. What's your opinion?
No, observations from last spring. We had in Africa countries extreme lockdowns. Kenya, Uganda, they really have shut down very radically and very rapidly because for them it appeared that they would not be able to cope with the healthcare system, not having intensive care units, at least not at any reasonable numbers, not even having a proper hospital care to offer for most of the population that were there. So there were immediate reactions which were very harsh and certainly problematic, yet what we have seen is we have seen a lower impact of COVID-19, as Professor Zinkernagel rightly said. And I think probably most of it is due to the fact that the average age in those countries is far, far lower than ours. By the way, which also leads to different vaccination strategies, which we see in some of the countries which much lower average age. But nevertheless, I think is it really aspirational to say, oh, well, we have to lower our expectations, rather than to say, well, we have to increase our effort to be better next time? I mean, it's not that we have not done everything right in this pandemic preparedness. Our pandemic preparedness was lousy, let's face it. The pandemic plans which we have were in drawers. The exercises which we have had were theoretical. There have been, as I said before, countries that were much better in East Asia who really did it, but we have not done it. And I remember we got calls in late January from colleagues in East Asia telling us that they are short of PPE. They had no face masks, they had no gowns, they needed material. And they called us and say, can you buy and can you ship us? And I said, when I got this call, I said, how should that work? I mean, we are exporting everything like this from East Asia. So where should it come from? And we tried to buy in Great Britain, we tried to buy in Germany, we tried to buy in France. And already end of January, this was nearly impossible. It was already gone. We had no supply chain that was working anymore. We had no reserves, or the reserves were made for normal situations, which mean in a pandemic that is gone in a couple of hours. So we can do better. I think there are a lot of things we can do better. And another point I would like to focus is on, we have not really taken a systematic approach in studying this virus, how it spreads epidemiologically. We have not done cohort studies. We now, after the new type in Great Britain occurred, we now start to look systematically for mutations. Why haven't we done this from the beginning of the pandemic? I think, yes, we must learn from this, and for the next pandemic, we must be better prepared, we must have drilled, we must have exercised, we must have a better resilient supply chain, which means the supply chain really has to change in order to cope with the situation. And then I think we can do better than what we have achieved this time.
Thank you very much. Yes, we had difficulties on the German-Austrian border.
Exactly. I mean,
with the masks. Italy and Austria bought masks in Germany, and some German politicians decided they would like to keep it at home because they might need it,
yes,
which is absolutely true. But yeah, later on, it took weeks until the situation was resolved, and at the end of January. But most people didn't believe that the virus would come to Europe end of January. Beginning of February was the first colleague who called me and said he's anxious that it might spread to Europe as well. Yeah.
Well, I will take up a point Mr. Kloiber just said, and that is the keyword resilience. I think resilience, there are several keywords which we might consider if we ask the question what we can do better next. Resilience is one, and that does not only count for the medical system, but also for industry as such. It cannot be that the lack of a little plastic piece would
would lead to the shutdown of complete like automobile factory and so on. And I think what really damaged a lot here was the appraisal of the just-in-time logistics. A lot of advisory companies have earned a lot of money by setting up these systems, and now we see that this is simply actually a mess at the end, and we need a new concepts of also stockpiling of production in the more closer to the sites of production. So this has to be taken into account. And yeah, the point you just raised, nationalism. I think the first phase of the pandemic was one of the darkest hour of the European Union. In everything what happened there by just as you mentioned, by not letting masks and see through the borders and so on. So we really have to improve at that set. It has improved definitely, but that should not happen again in the future.
The German president helped a lot back then.
No.
Yeah, I'd like to take that up because, you know, it's part of our global world versus our detailed population problems. Because, you know, you mentioned or used the example of fire. You know, of course, a fire is a fire. You have to somehow control it. Now, in former times, and still now, the local firemen solve the fire problem because they are motivated. Because next time it's not my farmhouse, it's the other's farmhouse that burns down, and therefore you have a sort of, you know, commons problem where the individual in a society has a genuine interest in what his neighbour and what the government, the end, does. And perhaps we have now grown into dimensions where these very simple rules don't play anymore. That's a huge societal problem. And goes back to the problem I mentioned initially, namely the aging problem. So maybe, and that's a very general remark, not easy to translate, maybe we should think about and deal with these daily problems, like a burning house, because it gets us down to maybe, let's call it a more human dimension, where what happens to your neighbor counts. I mean, very difficult. But I think the bigger the organization, the bigger the EU becomes, the more difficult is it to solve these problems. So, you know I'm not very constructive, but I think we must recognize there are problems that we cannot solve on a desk. We can solve them scientifically, but if they are scientifically solved and more than 50% of the general population refuse to accept the result, that is obviously beneficial. We have a societal problem.
Thanks a lot. Now I would like to ask Leonid or David whether they will have a statement.
Thank you. I'd like to proceed with some issues that were raised by other speakers. And I believe that we are learning a lot of lessons during this pandemic. We learn on epidemiological level, we learn about economical and chain of supply that Dr. Kloiber mentioned is very important. But what will be learned definitely is about this epidemic. And I'd like to stress that the other epidemics that will happen in the next 10 years will be different epidemics. But one issue remains the same, of the same importance, is investment in healthcare. And our healthcare system should be resilient and should be adaptive. It should know how to change the rules and how to change the ways of functioning. And it's very important to be prepared for the next epidemic and not for this one, not to be ready for the war that was recent wars. It should be the future war, the future fight, the future challenge. And in this case, I believe that a lot of things can be learned, and I hope this meeting will also help not to take this for granted, but to make our approach more constructive and to make our system more resilient and more adaptive to changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I certainly agree with that and believe that we have learned. We have seen what didn't work, and we have seen how unprepared we were for this. And I certainly hope that we learn from that. I think we will learn also through this innovation and development of these multiple therapies, a faster path to address the next infectious pandemic, if that is indeed what we see next. And that should speed up our approach. I think we will see both our successes and failures in collaboration worldwide to advance those, to advance the science more quickly if we work together. I do think it is important to look at how this has impacted individual countries. And I support what Dr. Zinkelnegger alluded to, and that is in some of the more underdeveloped countries, we see that the COVID pandemic is not first and foremost on their mind. There are other issues around literally day-to-day survival that take precedence. And it is not surprising because if you look at the number of deaths per million in populations around the world in different countries, in the Western countries, both Eastern and Western Europe, as well as the Western Hemisphere, many of those countries have death rate per million in the 500 to 1,300 per million range. Many of the sub-Saharan Africa countries have less than 10 deaths per million. So it may not seem like nearly the pressing problem as finding food and finding water and access to other health problems and endemic diseases in those countries. So I think that we do need to take that into account, and it brings up points that I think Dr. Kloiber and others have brought up, and that is this pandemic is a piece. It is currently a big piece, but it is only a piece of what is important to the health of individuals around the world. And as Dr. Edelman just mentioned, we have much to do on that, as well as we have much to do on preparing for the next pandemic or other global health disaster.
Thank you very much. Obviously, it has something to do with the life expectancy in different countries.
Mm-hmm. But it's more, you see, the point is TB, tuberculosis, is on the decline. Now, 50 years, 70 years ago, the epidemiological situation with TB was very high in Europe, although TB disease, the open type of lung disease, was rare, was below 1%. The same is true for leprosy, also mycobacterium. It's interesting. Leprosy, was after all discovered in Norway, in Bergen. So they had lepra. And lepra is still existing, although much controlled with antibacterials. Now, why do I mention this? One could argue, and there is reasonable epidemiological evidence to argue, that a sufficient level of tuberculosis and leprosy in the general population induced a sort of heightened general resistance via, now we know, tumor necrosis factor, interferon gamma, and you know the whole lot, that increased the basic resistance up to a level that was helpful against a multiplicity of bacterial and viral infections. So, if you have an infectious disease level that is much broader than our own, that may actually help to control certain infections such as COVID. The old argumentation about worm load versus allergic disease belongs to the same general discussion. We as Westerners, we have a choice to make. Do you want your kids to be full of worms or have allergies? If you don't want to have worms in your kids, you probably have a low percentage of allergies. There is no such thing as a free lunch in biology. It doesn't exist.
But still, we have no idea about from the age which patients develop severe disease and which don't.
Yeah, but I prefer to live in a country where I have a life expectancy of around 80 years, stay worm-free, have no leprosy, and hopefully can cope with upcoming pandemics. So, yes, I think you are correct, absolutely. There is something of our biome which we not truly understand and which has counteracting effects, quite obviously, which we have to study. But I think the challenge must be to study this, to understand this, and transform this again in progress, which we have to make to bring this forward. And that will be something that I would find challenging to go this way. And I would be reluctant to accept that we have to live with a certain level of leprosy or tuberculosis, and I know, seeing tuberculosis, it is a dreadful disease that certainly nobody needs and nobody should have. So I would go in the other direction then. From this idea, let's study this. Let's study these connections and learn from this and take consequences which then furthermore improve our lives. And I think, to be quite fair, we have achieved really longevity and health to an extent which we have never had before, and even COVID doesn't change that.
That's true. If you look at life expectancy, it's still going up.
But may I raise a question which I think today has not been discussed enough, and Professor Zinkernagel has mentioned it. It's this role individualism versus communal health plays. And there are certain observations which I have made during this, and probably you as well, during this COVID crisis, which are quite strange. Let's start with the question of privacy and personal data. We are in this individualism putting this very high, which I think is absolutely correct. But we're doing it to an extent that we now have a COVID app on our mobile phone, and I hope all of you have it, but which turns out to be not to be very effective. And living in France, I have two. I have the French one, I have the German one. Not only that they don't cooperate, both don't produce results. Although they have been extremely expensive. At the same time, we all give our data to those big multinational companies, you know, like Apple, Google, Facebook, whatsoever. And we share everything in there. That, to me, seems to be quite strange. At the same time, we could use this data much better and certainly much more efficiently. The other thing is that when I was a kid and got vaccination, there was not very much asked. We were faced by a public health service which came to the school, rolled up the sleeves or took something to eat, and it was done, basically. So the questions weren't asked. Nowadays, we put a lot of emphasis about the self-determination in this place. Now, self-determination in health is very important. I will not question this. But doesn't there have to be also a balance between self-determination and common good? And I have the impression that we are losing this out of sight. Self-determination is overemphasized, the common good is not. That brings with it also the question of mandatory vaccinations again. I know this is a very touchy issue. Everybody says, no, we don't even want to discuss this. But let's face it, COVID is a mild pandemic compared to what it could be. It could be much worse. Would we then still have this luxury discussion about what has to be mandatory, what has to be voluntary? I'm not sure about that, and I think we, as a society, should much more talk about this. At least I am missing this. I think that is something which a society has to do, and to me it's not very clear that individualism and self-determination trumps everything. I think that is a mistake, as much as I think it is important, as much as we, also in the World Medical Association, care for autonomy and self-determination. But there are limits to everything.
You're right. I had a radio interview where I had a similar point of view, that from the medical point of view, this mandatory vaccination makes sense. Afterwards, it was just a sentence, and the shitstorm was huge.
Yeah.
So people don't accept it, and the politicians are scared to talk even about this topic. So they don't want to talk about it. Everything is voluntarily, and everybody can do whatever he or she likes to do. But what we really can think about is the mandatory vaccination in the health system, because there you might be a danger to your patients.
What do my colleagues think here? And
yeah,
our guest.
Any comments?
I may add to this that this problem becomes even more serious if what is now happening, self-determination and individualism, merges with, I would call it, Trumpism. That's the Trump legacy, actually, that nowadays it's pretty normal that different groups in the society can simply claim that they are alternative facts and things. So their self-determination is not based on scientific evidence anymore, but on things which are circulating in the internet and so on. And this is the really serious situation now. We lose different groups in our society because they adhere to these conspiration theories and things like that.
But probably they existed all the time. They were just not so visible before.
And people didn't dare to speak it out. And now, after Donald Trump, people simply dare, because that was quite, no one stood against it in the Trump era. This is really the Trump legacy we have to face. It's not like we do not we overcome Trumpism after that guy is not president anymore. So that's its legacy.
Yeah, he knew how to talk to the people. And he was almost re-elected, but he received the effective treatment.
Yeah.
Please.
I think the problem is as old as humanity is. It's not a new problem. It's the problem that to think about the problem and to try to find a rational solution is not available to everybody. And humanity basically, and we as humans are basically always a bit schizoid, if not schizophrenic. I mean, that's just our nature. We pay our taxes. We don't do that because we think that's the right way to go. Because if we don't pay the taxes, somebody comes and gets the taxes. But now, let me make the circle. In Switzerland, we vote how much taxes we want to pay. And it goes from the community to the canton to the federal government. We vote about it. So you don't have an excuse because you voted for that amount of tax and the progression or the degression or whatever. And I think we should get back. It's again a question of dimensions. You can't do that probably with 400 million people, but you can do it in a village and then go up to the central power. So again, my vote would be to try to solve the problems of neighborhood, of the commons, before we try to solve the world problems. Because we cannot do one without the other. And I think medical progress, looking after old people, cannot be solved in anonymity. It has to have a personal dimension. And I think the refusal of many to get a vaccination is based on this anonymity. One cannot influence the system, and therefore the consequence is to refuse it. And that, of course, doesn't solve medical problems. Now, you could say, with smoking, we don't prohibit smoking, although we know the consequences of smoking are very tragic. But at least over the past 70 years or so, the tax on smoking gets more important every year, I think, which is a good way. But we cannot tax people who refuse to get vaccinated, although for sure they will cause more serious health problems. So I think we are maybe more than schizoid,
I didn't know about this tax system, but I'm wondering that you're paying any taxes in Switzerland. So thank you very much. Maybe one comment, Google. I was talking to a Google manager who at the beginning of the pandemic spent a few days in Italy on a private basis. And his company called and told him to stay away from the office for 2 weeks. Also, he didn't tell them about his plans to go to Italy. Obviously, they knew it. And we voluntarily offer our data to Apple and Google. On one hand, on the other hand, we refuse the Corona app because of privacy. So I don't really understand why people refuse the app and they offer Google Maps, for instance. They even know in advance where I'm driving to and will tell me which street to take in order to avoid traffic. So I think we have a few minutes left. Maybe last remarks. Who would like to say something?
I would probably raise a final point about vaccination and the high incidence rates we have in many countries. I think what is really required to communicate is that we should not use vaccination to bring down the incidence numbers, but we first should bring down incidence numbers to vaccinate and don't run into the problem of resistances to vaccination. Because I have one example which just recently happened in an elderly home in our area where people getting the first shot of the vaccine and then the half of the home there got infected. And this is of course a selection pressure on the virus which will easily raise variants that are not sensitive to the vaccine anymore. And we really have to communicate that well, not to allow high incidences or being not careful anymore when vaccinated, but we really should bring down virus incidences and then vaccinate.
You're absolutely right, but people don't stick to the rules anymore.
Yeah,
at least here, we see a constant number of cases. Also, we are in a lockdown for 2 months now.
But I mean, I'd like to just add a caution, a note of caution to what you just said, and that is the following. COVID-19 uses the ACE2 receptor as entry port. Now, the key to that is what we call the glycoprotein, or that spike on the viral envelope. Now, if that doesn't fit to that receptor any longer, the virus basically cannot replicate. So, I think there is no evidence at the moment that would render such a fear of immunoselection as a realistic fear. So I would think that fear should be neglected, because so far, for all the ones that kill you in 10 days, all the viruses, all bacteria that kill you in 10 days, there is no zero escape mutant.
Well, how do you deal with the influenza problem?
Yeah, but influenza is a different beast, you know. There you have, let's say, 1,000 different variants. And every 30 years or so, each of these variants has a chance. So there you have to pick the right variant in advance, but influenza cannot make new variants, except for, let's say, estimated 1,000 to 2,000 variants. And they recirculated in a random fashion, almost.
But it can escape the selection pressure which is elicited by the vaccine of the previous season. And this may easily also happen with SARS-CoV-2.
Did it happen in Brazil?
Well, it's not yet, so evidence is
unknown.
poor.
It's
evidence
unknown.
is poor. Yeah.
No, but my point is, take polio 1, 2, 3. It's a diarrheal virus with tremendous selective pressure. There are just 3 serotypes. There are not more. And even revertant mutants from the attenuated vaccine reverted all back to the classical 3 serotypes. So even a virus cannot play ad infinitum, you know. There are limits to the game. So at the moment, I think there's no evidence that COVID-19 can escape conventional neutralizing antibodies to the, let's call it the old type.
So thank you so much. We all hope that you are right. We are unfortunately out of time. I would like to thank you all for your participation at this very exciting discussion. I would like to wish you a pleasant evening and hope to see you tomorrow again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ja, es ist eben, die Biologie ist eben interessant.
Ja.
Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion, and thanks to our audience for staying with us during the day. We have reached the end of the first day of the Vienna Congress, and we wish you a pleasant evening, and we see you back online tomorrow at 9 a.m. Stay safe and good night.